All right. Hey, I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night. That means it is time for Nicaragua Live. And as far as I know, it has actually started streaming, but I'm getting an error over here on the control panel, so it's a little bit hard to tell if it's actually working or not. But yes, we are up and live, so that is awesome. We're going to get out and share this on all the groups, including the brand new Expats Forum, which we, of course, we're going to be talking about today. We got so many people signing up for it. I'm very encouraged. That is very cool how much people are jumping on and just generally getting involved. I think we're pushing like 30 people, probably not really that much, but it's a few, right? That have joined the forum. Oh, sure, the live stream doesn't render correctly. That's unfortunate, but that'll get the word out there. Larry is here. Hey, Janet's on. She thinks she has a class soon. 28 users. We currently have 28 users have signed up for the new Expats of Nicaragua forum. So, and for anyone who wants to know what it is, we've got it plastered everywhere the last couple of days. I'm going to throw it on the chat here so people can see it right as we get going. If you have any problems signing up, let me know while we're on here. It's a great time to do that. I didn't make a category on there for the show, just so there's a place to kind of spam things. And if you don't want to see that, you can ignore it. Or if you want to follow that for info, you can, or discuss things there, you can. That's a good spot for that. But we're in the process of making categories for all of the cities around the country and things like that, so that all the discussions that have been going on in other venues on other platforms should be able to easily move over to the new Expats Forum. Real quickly, the Expats Forum is an old school style forum where you actually ask questions, do a post. It's asynchronous. It gives a lot more power for the kind of discussions we have, and really make it much easier for people to have to find answers, to actually get info. Right, and a lot easier to avoid banter. Right, if it allows some people to talk and have a lot of time to chat, and other people to avoid that and just focus on questions, or to change over time and balance that. The WhatsApp groups don't give that flexibility. You're stuck with what the community does, and not what it decides on, just what it does, which is not necessarily a great thing at scale. Again, at small scale, works just fine, but when you get to big scale, it's a bunch of things start to fall apart. Janet says, well, I'll be checking back as soon as I can. Beverly Evans is here. Hi, all. Luke is here. Hola, y'all. I am still just the tiniest bit. I've got a little bit of cough. I'm not really sick. It's just this cough that my throat is irritated from the last couple of weeks, so being a little bit careful. Very tired. Had a terrible day yesterday. I think everyone knows that we had a little disaster here, and we're all kind of depressed and got very little sleep. So that's been a negative. Just reminding people that I am on task tonight, so making sure that I'm actually working and not forgetting that I'm doing that. So I've had very little sleep for a few nights now. Actually, this whole past week has been very difficult to get enough sleep. Starting on, I think, Saturday. Friday, I think I did okay, and then Saturday I had to do that emergency run to Managua, and there's been very little, especially being kind of sick, not terribly sick. One, I need more sleep than normal, and two, less opportunity to get it, it seems, partially because other people are sick, so I'm always stuck taking care of them, and just so I'm on the tired side. I'm looking forward to some opportunity to reclaim some sleep. Nicole is here. Hola desde Managua. Hey, how's it going out in the capital? Oh, and just to add to my fun, yesterday evening, before the disaster took place, my evening shift was out sick, but didn't call in sick. I had no idea. And so ended up having just scrambling and just ended up covering the shift myself. So I'm doing 3 covering other people's shifts this week rather than the normal 2 that I often do. So even more, that's not a huge deal, but it was kind of stressful yesterday on top of everything else. So Dirty Chivo is here. Hello, everyone. Nicole says, sorry to hear. Hope you feel better soon. I'm doing pretty well. It's really just the tired and the sadness of losing our pet is really kind of. Janet says, now that you have to talk about it, but I didn't know there was a disaster yesterday. Oh, not that you have to talk about it. Oh, Janet, our one of our kittens got killed by the dog, and it was horrible. And the kids were there, and it's just everyone is so incredibly sad, and it's been rough. So, and it's important for those who don't know. I have two daughters, and the last time we lost a pet, they were absolutely tiny, and we'd been in Italy for a while, and the dog was. We were on touring for a couple months, and the dog had a heart attack while we were gone. This is 15 years ago, and 14 years ago, and so they had been away from the dog for months. They were tiny. My youngest was only 1. The dog was really old, even when they were born. For them, the dog was always blind. So when he had a heart attack and passed away when we weren't there, in many ways that was good. The girls didn't have like this really prescient interaction with the whole event. It was just we got the news in the night while we were in northern Italy, and and I just went in the bathroom and cried to myself because he had been our dog for a long time. He was our baby. He was the dog we had before we had kids for a really long time. He was really our kid. I'm actually, as I'm saying this, I'm looking at a ticket system, and my avatar for that ticket system is the dog I got in 2005 that I'm talking about. It just happened. He's looking right at me on the picture, and he was such our baby. And that was devastating for us. That's why we didn't have pets for much of my kids' childhoods. Just couldn't handle it. We were so heartbroken over losing Oreo. But for them, it was this old dog that they didn't really interact with that much passed away. My eldest has like these faint memories of this dog, but it's not like he played with her. They got along really well. He loved them. He would always follow them around, but he was blind. He never saw them. He just knew their smell, and we had lived in the same house for quite a number of years, and it was a very easy, no stairs or anything. He could get around really well. So that was their interaction. So they've never had to deal with this. So this was really dramatic that it's their first one that they lost. It was a kitten, not an old animal. It was one of our other animals caused it to happen. It was a baby we had rescued previously. We had already put in so much work to keep this cat alive, and it was doing well at this point. There's a lot of things that added up there's a whole bunch of things that will just make everybody cry that I'm not going to mention about timing and stuff. But then in the end, my daughters were holding this cat as she passed, and so this wasn't just we lost our pet, right? This was they're getting to a point where they were starting to be like, oh, these cats are going to be the cats that they're going to take with them when they live on their own, and they're kind of envisioning their entire young adult lives with these kittens that we have, because they'll just grow up with them, right? And it'll be theirs. And so this was very much a bigger blow than normally would be. So they managed to avoid any kind of depression like this for a long time, and then this was bad, and so they've been really, really rough since then. And obviously I'm very upset as well. I do not handle losing animals well in any way, but I have experience with it, having grown up on a farm and being old. It's going to have happened, right? But they are young and did not have a lot of pets, and so they've had cousins who've lost animals at a distance. It's like, oh, this animal that they really loved at their cousins, we just got the news that they had a heart attack. There was one of those years ago, and they're very sad about it, but it's very much they've only spent a few hours with that animal and haven't seen them in a while, and weren't there or involved or anything. So not the same. Janet says, oh no, that would be really horrible. I understand, and I'm so sorry. Nicole says, heartbreaking. My dad is here. Howdy from Western New York. Hey, Dad. So that's been our day, and my youngest is basically having an anxiety attack because of the whole thing. The whole day, her heart's at like 120. And my eldest moved chairs into the garage where the cats are, and has just spent the day sitting in the garage with the remaining cats because she can't bear to be away from them. And so that's how the day's been going. after last night. So uh, that is partially why I've been so tired and not feeling up to par. But in exciting news, while all this was going on over the last few days, we've been talking about this for years, right? For the channel, because people are always like, we need some way to, communicate and have forums and get the information out, and what do we do? And so we're always kicking around different ideas. And and we just had a new sign up on this as I'm saying this. So we avoided the Facebook groups, partially because I don't have Facebook, but also because I don't want to be there. But when WhatsApp came out, we decided to jump on that. We did a video yesterday about this, and WhatsApp worked when the groups were small. We had no idea how big they would get. So when the groups were 20, 30, even 50 people, it worked pretty well, really. But once we got into the hundreds, it really fell apart. It just took a few people being really obnoxious. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. Sometimes just being really lonely with loads of free time. It quickly spiraled, right? And not because someone was doing something bad necessarily, just because if you want to have a big, really well-functioning forum, you kind of need huge numbers of people who are all going to behave insanely well. Think about your family group text, which I've never had. I don't know anyone who actually does, but imagine like those group texts that they show on TV, because TV promotes legacy technology. It's a weird thing. I don't know why Hollywood is paid off to do that, but they are. But think about those group texts, and you talk about the people that are so annoying in group text, and that's with a family group of 6 to 8 people, right? And the siblings are like, oh, my uncle just won't stop posting some stupid thing, and what do you do? And they're like, well, we mute him, or we have a separate group just to not have him that's secret. I'm like, okay, for a family group where everybody can get together and coordinate, I guess you could make that work. But for a public group that anyone can join, and we need to be able to advertise publicly, like we knew that we have people from multiple governments in there monitoring everything, right? Which is fine because they're not interacting in any way. Or, well, the one was and trying to stir things up, but didn't manage to. You've got people who just want to be able to ask a question and leave. Well, it doesn't work well for them because they got to join and wait to be authenticated. There's like a bunch of hoops to jump through to join. And so that wasn't great for people who wanted quick answers, because getting in was kind of tough. And my daughter just texted me. We have another one of the kittens is looking at coming into the yard, which is exactly what happened to the last one last night. So some people want this one behavior and it doesn't work well. And some people want like a regular daily chat. For them, it typically works the best. It's like they want activity, but not a ton of activity. The people who are there doing less activity sometimes just help contribute to downtime. So it's like, oh, once in a while, there's no one posting. Well, those people come in and post once in a while and you can get some conversation going. So that works out. But then you get any number of people who are like, I just need a place to hang out and socialize all the time. Those of us who are there trying to answer people's questions and help out can quickly get burned out and overwhelmed because we have to read everything to know if someone's looking for something. And there's just all this stuff that has nothing to do with us. And people just spewing stuff into the community. Not that it's bad stuff. It's just, talking about your day, talking about your hobbies, talking about your interests, talking about your whatever. And all that stuff is good. It's just not the place for it. But there's no way to police that. There's no way to like politely be like, hey, this is kind of a threshold. It doesn't make sense, right? Everyone needs to be able to do this a little bit, but how do you know how much, right? And it's difficult. And with a lot of people, even a little bit is a big problem. So the forum was simply more popular than WhatsApp can sustain, and it has no management capabilities, and you can't mute people. So if someone is like that and you're like, if it was my family group chat, I would just mute them and then I would not see what they were saying. That's fine. Can't do that in WhatsApp. So as long as you're in the group with them, you are forced to read everything that they write. So that didn't work. So John Mason's here. He says, "Hi everyone. Hey Scott's dad." And just a reminder to everybody give a thumbs up on the show while you're thinking of it. Does help to push it and get people interested and doing stuff. So while things like WhatsApp seem really cool and modern, the reality is that they're not for the old fashioned forums were the way they were because that's how things worked, right? That's people did research over a number of years, and this was good, right? That hasn't changed. Yeah, hold on, I'm coordinating the. So what we wanted to do is go to a really modern, good take on a traditional forum because that format just works, right? And so that is what we've attempted to do, and hopefully it is successful. I have spent decades, literally decades, working in the social media space for my industry in IT and software engineering, and in that space. There's been some big, I can't even remember all of them, right? But there was Spiceworks and Mango Lassie and Republic of IT, and there's some going back to the mid 90s that I have no memory of. There's the Server Fault, and those are newer. And they have some variations. Spiceworks, Mango Lassie, Republic of IT were very conversational. They're very much like peer review and a chance for like professional development, whereas like Server Fault is much more focused on a question answer dynamic, both of which are valuable in different situations, and a lot of them try to gamify things, which I'm not a fan of. That's disaster waiting to happen. But so I've been involved in building these communities from the ground up. I've been involved in putting on conferences, speaking at conferences, like being very, very involved, including very much at the technology level, designing and not building in the past, but designing and selecting and auditioning and operating large scale forums, doing hundreds of millions of views per month. And so this is an area that I know pretty well. It's like, boy, these things we've used in the past worked really well for much larger pools of people. Maybe we should be considering this for what we're doing. And so we've actually got a couple years under our belts of thinking about or talking about this particular challenge. But finally, I think the time was just right. Right, the WhatsApp group is clearly not meeting the needs for me. For a while, I was like, you know what, we got this WhatsApp group, and I didn't have to think about it. So it gave us a way to do all this and didn't have to come up with some bigger solution. And it's like, yeah, we tell everybody to be on WhatsApp. So I'm like, okay, this takes a load off my mind because I felt like a burden for this. And then when it got so noisy that I felt I had to leave, which was several weeks ago, then it was like, well, I was hoping people would just stay and keep using it, but that dwindled heavily. And it's like, okay, I feel like we do need a replacement. And now we looked at how these things work, and we know that for how busy this is, those things won't work. So I decided, finally, a few things happened unrelated to the community here that kind of made it make sense to be working on this particular challenge. And so decided to do so. So our new forum is expats.nicaragua.com. One of the things that I really like about it, obviously Nicaragua, we've talked about for a long time, and it's a very important thing here in the country. It's this events system that ties so many things together, and we didn't want to be like sprawling with like all these things in Nicaragua that are like, oh, have you tried this? And you got to like create accounts and everything. So we worked with Nicaragua to have the forum actually authenticate from Nicaragua. So if you have a Nicaragua account, you just go to the forum, right? Just go to the forum and you're in. You don't have to do anything, which is really nice. If you have a local account on Nicaragua, you can do that, right? That's if you just have an email and a password on Nicaragua. But if Nicaragua accepts Google logins, so if you have a Google login and go to Nicaragua and sign in through that, that also works. It will still work to bring you into automatically to the Expats forum. So that's really nice. And so anyone who goes to the Expats forum and it's not from Nicaragua, they automatically go to Nicaragua and sign up there, and then get bounced back, hopefully, to the forum. And it's more or less transparent. I understand it's not 100% transparent, but it's more or less transparent. So it's kind of introducing people to and connecting them with Nicaragua quite quickly. I hope that is the result of that. And so we were working pretty hard on making that kind of a good unified experience. So that people, because I know people are not super technical, and it's nice to have kind of everything just work and be handled for them. So that's what we're shooting for. Now it's early, right? We're still early adopters at the moment. So every possibility that this works. All right. That it's gonna have a lot of bugs or not be set up well or need something. We're gonna get to all of that stuff soon. I think it's gonna be really good. Mark Warner 6490 says, "Hey Tom, my dad. Hi from Nicaragua as a Western New Yorker." All right. This is actually really handy. We can actually show and read from the forum while we're on. So we're just gonna boom. Oh, it's small. I thought it'd be bigger. Hold on. Let me. What happens if I try to? There we go. That's pretty good. Sorry for the coughing. Michael writes, "So I just made my first border run and thought I'd share a couple of things. It was simultaneously easier and harder than I anticipated. Nothing too brain-breaking. First surprise shouldn't have been, I've done the Managua Migracion trip and should have known there would be vultures trying to sell a 100-yard tricycle for $10. Leaving Nicaragua was identical to entering. Pay US $1 to enter the building. That is the Alcaldía tax. There's a reason for that. It's not actually an entrance tax, but that's where you pay it. You pay the city council for $1 for being in that municipality. Then you wait in line, pay $13 to leave, pass through the scanner, and voila. The walk from there to Costa Rica was surprisingly long, probably because I'm 63 and out of shape, possibly because there aren't really rest spots, also true, likely because I've been in a car for a long time with no bathroom break. Just so everybody knows, there is public-ish bathrooms. I think they cost 10 cord, maybe 20, just be prepared, but I think they're 10, at the duty-free on the right just before you get to Piñas Blancas at Costa Rica. So just be aware, you go past, there's like a little place and they're selling a lot of snacks, and like it's like a bus stop, and lots of buses stop there. Those bathrooms are rough, but they're acceptable, and there are people that clean them. Right. As always, I recommend you bring your own toilet paper. I recommend you bring your own wipes. These are things that I recommend heavily that all people, if you're traveling in general, not just Nicaragua, but certainly in Nicaragua, bring those things with you. And let me tell you, my daughters know this really well. They always have a full roll of toilet paper in their backpack. My daughter's got that and some ibuprofen, and she's got her lactate pills so she can eat dairy or whatever at any moment. All that stuff she has in a backpack with her at all times, and it's just how she travels. And so it makes wondering if you're going to find a bathroom, wondering if you're going to find a good bathroom, wondering if the bathroom you find is going to have toilet paper, not a problem, right? And I recommend also bringing a small thing of wipes with you. It's just, there's times where there's no running water. There's time that it solves a lot. Right. So bring those things with you on any road trip in the country. Your life will just be better. But even if you don't have them, like, you can pay there, but you won't get a lot of toilet paper. You won't get a lot of anything. And a lot of those places are scoop water and use that to flush. Like it's very manual. There's not always running water for washing your hands. Hence, like the wipes, some hand sanitizer always recommended, some of that stuff. for sure. So those are some tips, but there is a bathroom that is not bad, especially if you bring your own stuff, not bad at all, right there just before the border. And if you get up to the border, you're like, oh, I'm at the border, I really want to use the bathroom, just turn around. It's 1 minute up the road, right? It's unless you have some crazy line. And if you have a crazy line, all the more important to have gone to the bathroom. There was almost no line to enter Costa Rica and no cost. The guard pointed me to the facilities, so that helped, but to get to the other side of the same building was unnecessarily long, basically a good-sized city block. Yeah, it's really weird how they do that. To leave cost $8 and they don't accept cash. There are card kiosks, but my poor planning left me with only cash. Thankfully, there are scalpers outside who sell you a receipt for $10. Next time I will pay online, also an option. Entering Nicaragua was second verse, same as the first. The ride was 170 Cordoba round trip. No. He's talking about from in the taxi. The ride was 170 US dollars round trip, a bit more than I thought, but worth it. All said and done, I spent about a month's rent for the day. Next time I might try a couple of different things. Driver, take a bicycle or scooter along, packed food. Anyway, for those who have not done it, I hope this was somewhat helpful. Michael. Awesome. Well, Michael, thank you so much for that and for posting on the community. And Mark says, we recently did our first border run. I felt very badly for the senior citizens. There are a few benches and some shade, but it seemed very laborious for the group I witnessed. It's hot out there. That's definitely true. Where is the group? Is the Comic-Con Nicaragua is broadcasting live right now, but it's too slow and I can't tell what's going on. All right. So what's everybody got going on this weekend? It is Valentine's Day. I don't even know the name of things anymore. And also a quick reminder: there is on Valentine's Day, on the 14th, on Saturday, on the beach, for anyone who's out here in the Leon area, Las Bonitas and Ponaloya are doing the dog vaccination clinics. 2 in Las Bonitas, 1 in Ponaloya. Information is on the Expats forum. It's also on a lot of people's WhatsApp. The WhatsApp groups mostly have it as well. So definitely check that out if you or you know of anyone who's in the Las Bonitas, Ponaloya area and would be able to get their dog vaccinated. They're doing rabies. They're doing I think distemper, a number of things are all being done, so worth checking out. Not a lot of chatter this week. You guys are very quiet. We have a fair number of people on, but not a lot of noise. Everybody's busy on the forum doing the forum stuff, I guess. Is that the... It's just also interesting. I am very hopeful that people actually like it. I think it works pretty well. It's definitely going to get better quite quickly. But there's a lot we're going to have to learn. Like, what do we need? What features do we need? What features get in the way? How do we want to organize things and so forth? Luke says, hopping on a flight, Managua to Florida tomorrow. 164th anniversary party for Matagalpa tomorrow as well. You're escaping just in time for to miss the party. Well, have a safe trip, Luke. Hopefully that goes well. Always an adventure heading up north. Beverly is, speaking of pets, did anyone use a pet relocation service? I know some people did. I don't know if they're on the forum. I don't know if they're on the chat right now. But I do know some people who have. There is one. Jillian, in the expats group. She has one that she works with. Now she's not using them for her pets, but she used someone for her pets. She brought hers from Spain, but she just helped with one of the pet airlines got pets from here to Montreal. So ask her. She's with the Teamea Animal Rescue that is doing the Saturday vaccine on the beach. Check with her. She's in all the WhatsApp groups. I'm trying to get her on the community, the new forums, but she's been busy. But she can definitely hook you up with information and people who've actually done it if you want to talk to someone. Mark says, I couldn't believe it. Several hotels were completely booked in Managua. Tried to get a room to make an early flight easier and had limited options. They cited Comic-Con and other events. I don't know, what is Comic-Con like this weekend? Is that what it is? If so, boy, I'm glad I'm not going to Managua. Unless I was going to Comic-Con, which would be okay. But I hate that they never put up when it is. They do so much advertising for it, but they never say when or where. So you're like, wow, I just saw all this advertising, and I would consider it, but I'm not going to do the amount of work it takes to figure out when and where it is, right? Like if they don't want to tell me, like, and it's, I've seen a lot of ads. I follow it, and I can't figure anything out. But yeah, that's cool that that's going on. My kids kind of like that stuff, and they definitely like going to Managua. But we're going to Managua next week. I've got to be there for a few days. I've got stuff on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. So we're going to be staying a little bit and hanging out, which is nice. You need multiple nights because my eldest tends to get quite car sick. And so the whole like journey out tends to be just a bit much for her. And then she's like, oh, I don't really feel well. So I don't really want to go out to eat. I want to lay in bed. And it's fine. Like she's got an iPad. She basically treats it like she's at home, but without her cat. And yes, we have indoor cats and outdoor cats, and we have so many animals. And so it's a comfy bed. It's a big room. They love being in hotels. Like my kids like going places. They like doing stuff, right? So that part's good. But one of the big fun things that we do as a family, like I like this, my wife likes this, both my kids like this. It's been something we've always done as a family, is doing foodie stuff, right? We like checking out restaurants, getting different types of food, stuff like that. And so my youngest, who's really into it the most, will have a whole bunch of places picked out. She's ready to it's like a death march, just restaurant. And she and I will talk about it for a long time before we go. And then we typically get there and we're all excited because there's all this food we've been like thinking about and planning around. And then when we get there, reliably, like some work stuff comes up. There's always some disruptions. But then my eldest is almost always sick from the process of getting there. And so then it's like, oh, well, we don't really want to go places without her. And my youngest is like, no, we can't try a new thing without my sister. And so we end up like, well, maybe we'll just get some, and I'm sure we'll do this on this trip because they really like it because it's very American, but get like Papa John's and just have it delivered to our hotel or our apartment. And, maybe try out something that we can get delivered in that way, but something really simple. And then we just sit around, which, right, we live here. It's not an exotic city. It's not like we're going super far to something, well, I don't know the sites. Like, yeah, okay, it's Managua. We're there every couple of weeks. We do this all the time, but still it's like, it was our opportunity to try a bunch of these things. And instead of trying 6 things over the weekend, we end up trying maybe one. And my daughter isn't feeling all that great to do so. So that's a unfortunate challenge. So if we're going, it's nice if we actually do stay 2 nights. It gives her time to start feeling better while we're there. So we can get there on the first day, and we're going for the Embajada. So we're going to go relatively early on Thursday. Hopefully not take too long at the Embajada. I've never had to do it before. So they say allow an hour from the time you arrive, but we have 2 appointments, but they overlap. So it looks like an hour and a half. Shouldn't be bad unless they're kidding about the time. It should be a very simple process because it's by appointment only and they don't do that many. I don't think they need to, right? But so they've got them very spread out and very predictable. Oh, my wife just said the kittens are in the yard right now. So the that would be unbearable if we lost the other kittens a day later because they didn't learn from the first one. They love coming into the yard, and they love coming to find us, and they actually like coming into the house. And they are not afraid of the dogs, even though their entire lives the dogs have threatened them and chased them, and it's their mother is not around anymore. She's okay. She's just not around. And so she's not teaching them about the dogs. She used to like get between them and the dogs. So we're we did take down our Maya, the mesh that goes around our yard. We'd had it for Marcella's little dog, Betty, because she could just go out anywhere. We didn't want her escaping. So we took that down today so that the cats have a lot more chance to get to any edge of the yard and escape. It would not have made a difference last night, I don't think. But it made me think that's one thing we could do to upgrade the safety. Oh, Larry just sent me a restaurant in Managua that I need to go try. Thanks, Larry. Always looking for that. So that's just so we're hoping to do a longer trip to Managua. I've got a number of things we got to do on different days, and hopefully if we spread it out, my daughter will feel better for a bit of the time and be able to actually enjoy restaurants and relax. And if we really do it, that we'll be able to probably get there, do the embajada, and once that's done, just grab some food, get to the hotel, make ourselves comfortable, and then just let my daughter relax, right? Plan around. She's definitely going to be sick. Don't do any other plans, and make it that we're just going to go hang out in the hotel. Sometimes my wife and I will go, to the hotel lobby and get drinks or something because we don't very often get a chance to do something like that. So we'll find a way to be able to relax. And maybe we'll go and I'll live stream, right? I'm not 100% committing to not doing the live stream next week, but I'm assuming it's not because it's Thursday we have to go. So letting people know, probably doing the live stream. Probably not doing the live stream next week. Sorry, a little bit distracted with all the stuff going on with the animals in the yard, trying to keep up on that. Speaking of pets, I couldn't believe. At least TSA will be funded for the day of travel. FL should be smooth arrival on, right? Mark said, towards the end of the month, at least that's when I had a room, but great for Managua that several large hotels are booked. Oh, the large ones. If you're looking at like the Hiltons and stuff, they do book up from time to time. Certainly not all the time by any stretch, but those big ones, Intercontinental, the two Hiltons, the Hyatt, those four especially tend to do quite well. I just saw that Marriott is preparing to open in Managua. The one in Leon is supposed to be open first, April 8th. The one in Managua doesn't seem to have a date yet, as far as I can tell. So, but it's coming. It's going to be a smaller Marriott. I don't know where it's going to be. I saw pictures, but they're like renderings. So you're trying to guess. It may be the Seminole being converted. I know that the Seminole's being turned into something. I know there's a sports bar in there now. But there's a couple large venues. Oh, and the Crown Plaza, of course. That's another large one. I feel like that's about it. Of large hotels, there's only a pretty small number. And the Seminole would be one of them, but it hasn't been open the entire time I've lived here. So the Hilton... Oh, no, and the Holiday Inns, right? But so the Intercontinental and its Holiday Inns, which there's like four. And then the two Hiltons, I think one Hyatt, about to be one Marriott, the Seminole, and the Crown. And I'm pretty sure that is all of the big ones. You could say that the Best Western is a big one, but it doesn't feel like a hotel at all. It's a quirky venue that is quite big, but in no way is it like a hotel-like experience. So it's up to you if you would include that. but yeah, that's about it. Most everything else is relatively small. Some places like the Mazante aren't small, but they're like hostels or definitely not like big chain hotels in any way. So it's yeah, Managua doesn't have much in the way of big hotels. Even the nice places like I showed, like the Nicti that we showed, right? Not that big. The Wyack, not big at all. It's a weird market, Managua. I think it could probably bear another large hotel or two, right? If Hilton wanted to put in a third hotel, I could see that working. If Hyatt put in a second, that'd probably be the most logical. That Marriott is putting in a quirky place, but not something big, is a bit surprising. I can't remember who just put one into. Was it Marriott as well that put one into Granada? It's a different property that I'm used to. I'll remember at some point. I don't believe. Oh no, I bet it's a Holiday Inn. Now I don't know. I will go find it so I can tell people so you don't think I'm crazy. There's something. It's one of the big chains. It's in Granada, but it's like one of their quirky little ones. It's not Hilton because those are curios. Dale's here. Hi all. How you doing, Dale? See. We're just looking for a hotel in Granada that I was thinking of really quickly. All right, all right, somewhere. Oh, there it is. Right. Oh, I saw it on my screen. Yeah, the Voco Lake Nicaragua by IHG, which is Holiday Inn. So this place is brand new and looks pretty nice. I really like that style. Obviously, this is not something they built. This is a, old colonial that they've converted, but that is such a beautiful style. I do like that. This is where if you sufficiently modernize a colonial mansion, they can be pretty nice, right? This like quirky, different shapes. You get those bigger rooms. Like, see if you can see my mouse. This area here, you're able to have big rooms. Too many colonials have just like the long, narrow sides, and all the rooms are really small because of it, and you just have many of them. But something like this, where you've got like the interesting lines, and like this room and the one above it are big. Like those are big spaces, so that's cool. Being able to have a interesting shaped pool, having a bar in the middle of the pool, the little like building, and that like all this has a lot of character, a lot of cool stuff. So I'm excited that they have that. I want to stay there at some point. But the rooms, we did show this on the show at some point. The rooms actually don't look that good. 4-poster beds, that is not inviting in any way, shape, or form. As a tall guy, my feet have nowhere to go. Like, how am I supposed to sleep on that? That looks awful. I will kick the post during the night. My feet will be annoyed that they're on that footboard during the night. Like, awful. Pool, very cool. Not sure what this is space for. A shrine, maybe? Bathrooms look okay. Lobby looks great. Outside, they did a nice job, basically just painting it up. Getting the pool in interesting areas. If that's a room, that must be a suite. Now, that looks pretty nice. But you can see the poster beds in the other room. So you have this beautiful living room and then this crappy old beds. The bar, small, but looks very inviting. I would like a bar like that in my house. Like that looks like in the corner of the living room, right? I want a really giant living room, and I want that bar in the corner. That one's way better. Little gym. It's like they have one room and they show pictures of it, but in the other one, it made it look like there was a couch and lots of space behind it, and now you see the couch is up against the wall, and that is not very big. Their pancakes look good. The pool is definitely neat. That's not a big pool, though, but I like that it's, 5 more seats for the bar. So if you have someone running drinks there, it turns your, 8-seat bar into, a 13-seat bar. That's cool. This is definitely not the hotel. That is. Now, that's a shower, but things that I hate in Nicaragua. Huge shower spaces, Shower goes, boop, right next to the wall. Where do you go? You have all this space? None of that is shower. The shower is here and just here. If you're not standing right there, you're not in the shower in any way, shape, or form. In America, normally, when you have a shower, first of all, you never have a shower this big, ever. But if you have a shower even half this big, the water shoots into the shower. You can adjust it a little bit so that it's either coming halfway in or coming all the way in. And basically, it fills the room with water and steam. And this will be dripping of cold water or mildly warm water, and only in this corner with all this air that you have no way to heat up. So it's just going to be really cold. It looks great, but it's not at all practical. It doesn't make sense in any way. So that's my take on poorly designed Nicaraguan showers that try to look cool for Americans, but forget the functionality that makes it actually cool. Somebody tried to pop in and forgot I was live. Wait, you called yourself tall. Okay, Dale. But yes, I'm tall enough that I don't fit on the beds. Dale says, doing all right. Sorry about your kitten. Hope your daughters are recovering. They're slowly improving, and they're out protecting the other two that are in the yard, tempting the dogs right now. I don't know what's wrong with them that they're doing this. KL7RRC. Hola, Scott from Washington. Arrival in Managua on the 16th. Off to the Pacific side on the 19th. If you're around in Leon on the 20th, could meet for lunch. I'm not. That was the I'm in Managua on the 19th and 20th for sure. So, sorry, but I will be back to Leon shortly. I'm just going to be in Leon, in Managua for a few days, dealing with the embassy and some stuff there. So, sorry that I won't be here as you come through, but pretty soon thereafter. And the end of early March. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'll be around in early March. It's just next week I've got to go. Let me know how the embassy trip goes. Yeah. Oh, Luke. Yeah. It's my first one. I've never even been inside of it. My wife has, for something like years ago, stopped in and I don't know, picked something up or dropped something off. I don't know. So she knows like parking, like some real basic stuff, but she's never had to like deal with anything there. So that's all new. Are you bringing in doggies? Hi. Come here. Let's show people on the show. Hi. Oh, that's the wrong direction. There. He's all excited because there's kitties in the yard, but he's the good one. He won't do anything. Oh. You had to trick him?
I had to make him think he was going to the game room.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Here. Oh, there he is. Come here. This is the cutie. He wants to say hi to everybody. Yes. Yes, he does. He's got a lot of energy, though, and he's gotten really big. He did bigger and bigger. But he's such a good boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay, someone down there ready to play with you? Okay. And then, oh, come here, let me see him. Hi. Oh my gosh, I have 3 dogs at my feet, all fighting. Hey! That was too much. Come here. And then this is the guilty party who killed the kitten last night. He's terrified of the kittens. He had seen them in the house the night before and was shaking with fear from them. So my only thought is that he thinks he's protecting us because he is a brave dog and he has attacked dogs many times his size trying to protect us. And so I think that might be his reaction, because he is a sweet boy in general, and there are situations where he doesn't attack animals, and we've taught him at this point with geckos, he'll run at them because he used to attack them, and we'll be like, and he'll go up and he'll just touch his nose to them to let them know he could have gotten them, and then he lets them go. He doesn't do anything anymore. Oh, he's kind of sad because he got in a lot of trouble, and he knows everyone's sad because of him. Yeah. Scott, currently dating a Nika woman in the U.S. I'm a civil engineer, geotechnical, and I'm interested in doing consultation work in Nicaragua. Admittedly, I asked ChatGPT about this endeavor, and it recommended. It split that up, and and then there's another post, and then commended starting a business based out of the U.S. and working for foreign clients who are looking to develop property. So that is true. That in that case, that's actually accurate. It's probably accurate by accident or coincidence, not because it actually did any research or had access to good information, but that is correct. As a civil engineer, you are unable to work in Nicaragua, and as an American, it's hard to find work in the United States. Just life. But the U.S. makes it very easy to start a business, assuming you are an American. You're dating a woman in the U.S. I'm just assuming you're American. So as an American, even as not an American, but especially as an American, it is really easy to have a business in the U.S. And it's very easy to deal with clients and be like, yeah, we're an American company. I'm an American, right? No one ever, or very rarely do people try to figure out where you are. As an employee of a company, that's considered quite inappropriate. If you volunteer it, that's fine. But for someone to be like, where do you live? You'd be like, are you seriously asking me where I personally live? That is so inappropriate. Imagine, like, are you a stalker? Are you trying to find my children? What's wrong with you? Right? That's quite a line for a business to cross. In general, to ask some other company's employees where they live. So as a geotechnical, right, engineer, geotechnical civil engineer, if you had your own consulting firm, now of course you're not going to make as much money or get as many clients, probably, unless you're just freaking brilliant. And maybe you are. You're moving to Nicaragua, so you've got a lot going for you. You're probably going to struggle to, pick up as many clients as you would being in the U.S. because you're not going to be able to go to meetings as easily or just run into people at the bar or whatever. But if you know how to find clients, if you're able to get that work from Nicaragua, you have a couple of big advantages, right? One, it's far, far, far cheaper to operate a business out of Nicaragua than it is to operate it out of the U.S. It just is, right? Everything's cheaper. Every single thing you do is cheaper. Once in a while, you'll find something that's like the same price, but you'll never find something that's more expensive. And then you have the tax advantage, right? So whatever you would have paid yourself in the States, so let's say you're taking a job as a geotechnical engineer, and you're making, say, $300,000 in the U.S. Oh, he's like sleepy. He's all leaning on me. It's hard to be upset with you when you're so sweet, but you also made us very sad. So the that $300,000 in the U.S. will be taxed as $300,000 as it is. But if you come to Nicaragua, that $300,000 will be taxed as $170,000 because your first $130,000 is non-taxable. But you have a woman that you are dating, so she could work for your firm, right? Totally legal. We're not doing anything illegal here. Totally legal. You can hire her in your firm. Now she, like you, will get Social Security, and she will also get $130,000 without taxes. So pay yourself $170 and her $130, because your $300 is what we were assuming you were making a salary. I just made up a number. You will pay taxes on $40,000 and get $260,000 tax-free between the two of you. So that gives you a massive increase in take-home money. Anything you earn, and in reality, you don't do that. That's a worst case. What you actually do is pay yourself $260,000. Anything beyond that, you take as capital gains out of the company. You will pay taxes on that, but at the lower capital gains tax, because you own the company, you could do this, at the lower capital gains rate rather than the salary rate. Now this varies a little bit. If your salary was going to go over by like $5,000, no, it'd be better to just pay yourself the salary and pay the taxes on that. But if it's going to go over by a few $100,000, definitely cheaper to do it by gains. So that's where doing a little bit of math or getting an accountant could help. But the basics are there. This will give you, if you were to get to paid the same here as in the U.S., your take home would be way higher, right? As much as $80,000 a year higher. Right. Hi. Yes, you're so handsome. Yes, you are. You still smell like a little bit like a skunk too. And then you have the lower cost of living, right? So your business costs less, whatever that means, right? You need a coffee machine, you need a secretary, whatever it is you need, it's going to cost less. Then you have the big tax advantage. Same work, same money, bringing home 80,000 more or whatever. Then comes the cost of living difference. Nicaragua, money goes roughly 300% as far. That's a lot, right? So not only are you bringing in the same money from the U.S., say 300,000, but the amount you're bringing home is the same as someone earning, say, 450, 500,000, and your business saves a little bit of money, and then it goes 3 times as far. So that 500,000 is going to feel like 1.5 million. Yeah. So even if you have to take a big pay cut, it can be well worth it because things just get so much better. Now I wish the camera was down a little bit so you can see the dog sleeping in my lap. He's sleeping. He might be stressed out a little bit because of the kittens in the yard. He's scared of the kittens. Yeah. Why are you here, the vicious Boston? Damiami 6519. Why are you doing this? Go drink some chamomile with Flor de Caña and go to bed. Feel better. I'm actually not feeling that bad. I still have a little bit of a cough, but it's been a couple weeks. I've really gotten quite a bit better. The cough hasn't completely gone away, but I'm doing okay. But thank you. Edwin says, I'm going to tell you a story that went viral worldwide in recent days. John Mason says, your weekly meetup is at Via Via. I saw they also rent rooms. Yes, it's a large hostel and restaurant. But yes, normally on Friday nights, that's kind of where the meetup is. I'm not there every Friday. I don't expect I'll be there tomorrow because we're all still kind of sick. But yes, they rent rooms. It's a little bit in the middle of things. It's very hectic. A lot of youth there. Oh, he's like, you gotta hold me. Edwin says, Nicaraguan national tried to board a flight to Managua from LA with a stopover in Houston, flying with United, but an error of assignation, he was boarded on a flight that went to Japan. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he wanted to fly back home in Nicaragua, instead went to Tokyo, Japan, and Asia. The story went viral with Telemundo, knew of the story first and published everywhere. Okay, that's hilarious. How the heck did they put him on a flight to Japan? That is so not trivial. Okay, that hurt. Whoa. Ooh, okay. I get coughing headaches sometimes. Oh my gosh, now my eyes are just in pain. What do you think, little dog? Oh, he puts his head back. You're welcome, Ben. Yeah, I think I do think that's the way to go. And if you look at, I didn't do it for this purpose, but I've long had a company in the United States, and because it was always what I had when moving abroad, which I originally did. I first started like really going abroad significantly almost 15 years ago, by having that company, everything was so easy. All the banking is so easy. The visas are easy. What do you do is so easy. Are easy. Like everything just gets really easy. And it's one of those magic things that if you've never owned your own company and done those things, it doesn't really occur to you under normal circumstances just how significant that is and how important that is for so many people to be able to manage like living abroad or working in different places or managing their taxes or whatever. In normal life. And then when you add to that all of the company stuff, because under normal circumstances, average circumstances, sorry for the ASMR soda here. Do you want to get down? Okay, whoop, you're falling. You're falling. I got you. Here you go. He's got a bed in here. He's heading over to that. The whole power of where's your company? United States. Oh, and are you American? I am, right? Those are questions that generally can get asked. And, but even are you an American, generally you can't ask, right? Because all that they can care about is that your company hired you. So you're an employee, you're a legal employee of an American company. That is kind of where the story ends under normal circumstances. I'm going to try to find that story. All right. LA Times. He was flying from LA to Houston, so how did he end up in Tokyo? When Victor Calderon got into the main cabin of United Flights at LA International Airport, he plugged in his headphones and settled into his economy seat for what he thought was a Houston-bound flight. Like most frequent flyers, he tuned out the pre-flight briefings and instead watched movies and listened to some music. A flight attendant later offered the 54-year-old a pillow, which he found unusual on a domestic flight. After 2 hours in the sky, he was given his first meal. How strange, Calderon thought to himself, noticing the meal's Asian flavors. Usually they just give snack and a soda. Around the 6-hour mark, it was clear something was very wrong. Why hadn't they landed in Houston, a 3.5-hour flight from LAX? Panicked about his situation, Calderon let a flight attendant know that he was needed to be in Houston by 5 p.m. to catch a plane to his final destination of Managua, Nicaragua. The Salvadoran-born Angelino discovered he was already well into a 5,400-mile flight to Tokyo. Calderon, in an interview Wednesday about the August incident, so this happened quite some time ago, this is not recent, said he was stunned. He said when he boarded, there were a number of gates in close proximity, including the gate for the international flight, which was leaving roughly around the same time as his flight to Texas, and the seat he had been assigned for his Houston flight 34D was unoccupied on the Tokyo flight. They do have to check your tickets as you get on a plane, just so everyone knows. Like, what? Calderon said that after arriving at the airport, he asked staff more than once for directions to gate 75A, which was the gate indicated on his printed boarding pass. As he boarded, the ticket agent just grabbed the ticket and scanned it, Calderon said. If they had scanned it, that would not have let him on. He did not scan it. So once he landed in Tokyo, was Calderon able to make the best of a bad situation and take a look around a world-class city? No. Once he landed in Tokyo, this was no way like the New York City Paris switcheroo from the 1992 film Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. He said that flight staff warned him that he could risk detention by leaving the airport because the act itself was considered illegal. According to the U.S. State Department, tourists must have a valid passport as well as proof of a return or onward ticket. I don't know what that means. Just hours after he landed on August 8th, Calderon was put on another flight back to Los Angeles, never stepping foot outside the international wing of the Haneda Airport. I was really scared, to be honest, especially with everything that's happened in the past with immigration, and even more so when the stewardess told me that I could be arrested. I was thinking the worst, he says. They're going to think I'm a terrorist, so I was nervous. United Airlines helped reroute Calderon to Nicaragua, and the airlines did bump up his seat to first class to make up for the mix-up. He made it to his destination 48 hours after his intended arrival. It's a little bit surprising that they warned him not to leave the airport because he could be arrested, because they could be arrested for directing him to and putting him on an illegal flight. That's a crime, right? He might be a criminal depending on how the law is worded, but they definitely are, because if they caused a crime to happen, that's, conspiracy to commit a fraud to commit a crime. In a statement, United officials said they reached out to the airport team to understand how this happened and apologized to the customer for his experience, offering travel credits and reimbursement. We always advise customers to monitor the signs at the gate and boarding announcements to make sure the aircraft they board is going to their intended destination, the airline added. Calderon said his compensation was $300 in flight credits, less than half of what he paid for his original flight. Outraged, he contacted a consumer investigative unit with Telemundo 52 station in Los Angeles that defends Spanish-speaking viewers against fraud, scams, and injustices. We had never heard of a case like this, said reporter Azelia Iniguez. Hey! Where someone was able to get on an airplane that didn't have the authorization to be on that flight, and on top of that the airline wasn't giving them enough compensation. And it went internationally. This is not just got on the wrong flight. If you get on the wrong flight in the U.S., like I'm supposed to go to Indianapolis and I actually went to Toledo, it's still, how did that happen? But it's not, we decided to bypass your passport check. Because you have to have a passport to get on those planes. We bypassed your ticket check. We bypassed border control. Like, there's a whole bunch. Because he was, hey. The dog just keeps hitting the camera. Telemundo 52 Responde asked United Airlines to reevaluate its decision, attaching receipts from the original flight, hotel, and clothes that Calderon purchased, which reached a total of $1,095. This month, the airline reconsidered the compensation offered and granted him a total of $1,000 in travel credits, according to the news outlet. Calderon says his experience left him with a valuable lesson. First thing is making sure it's the right gate, but also concerned about airport security. There's supposed to be strict security here, and look at what happened to me, said Calderon. That means our security is vulnerable. That means your security is fake, right? Let's be clear. There was no security here. No one checked anything, which has been the complaint all along, that it's security theater and not actual security. So, oh, Ben, thank you so much. That is awesome. I just saw the $10 donation fly by. That's so nice. I really appreciate that. There's not a lot that I get from doing this show. Thank you. Luke says, I think someone mentioned a hot toddy. I've never had a hot toddy that I liked, although I'd be willing to try one. Oh my gosh. I have to keep them because of the cats. Now they're knocking over the lights. There goes the camera. All right. We can't play like this in here. I'm sorry. Ramen, come here. Yeah, hi. Yes, I will. I need a bigger studio. Janet's going to get a soda. Dale says, I'm feeling fortunate to have missed this round of flu, bronchitis, pneumonia that's going around. I felt a few minor symptoms lurking around the edges, but missed it so far. Dale says, one of the benefits of being more of a hermit than a social butterfly. I'm very social, but I love being home. It's horrible because when I'm home, I feel like I'm missing out on going out. When I go out, I realize I wish I was home almost all the time. I like having gone out. I love meeting people and getting to hang out with them, but it's very rough. Because I always feel like there's stuff I want to do, and I don't want to be, oh my gosh, the dogs. I don't want to be away from the dogs. I don't want to be away from the cats. I don't want to be away from the kids. I'm very American in that I like my home life, and can you guys even hear me? I don't know. I like being able to, KL7RRC says, I do not believe wrong destination story. They check ticket and passport now. 15 years ago, maybe. Right? Actually, not even 15. 25 years ago. Basically, anytime post 9/11 in the U.S., that whole boarding a wrong plane to a domestic location from another domestic location is like kind of, sort of, maybe, but an international flight where they have to verify your like all kinds of stuff. This doesn't. It seems so. I mean, Fox covered it, People covered it, Telemundo covered it, but yeah, it feels fishy. Oh, geez, there's a camera almost gotta go over. This room is not dog-proofed. Not for all three of them when they're having a rumble. Yes, a rumble. That's what's going on. Larry says, watching with my dog Bandit. Loves the new air conditioning installed in the bedroom today. Aw, his sweet puppy. Not crazy like my puppies. He's such a vocal dog. He's begging the other dogs to play with him is what that is. Hey. I stepped on my foot. Nika Raider says, Saludo, Scott and the gang. I can relate with anyone but prefer to chill at home here in Masatepe. Why are you so loud? Why so loud? Yeah, I know. He's too loud. I agree. The little one's like... Rawr. Get a dog, they said. Now they're jumping on the bed. Now he's tearing up the bed. My gosh. I was going to read. I'm going to go check on the community real quick and see if we got anyone new like signing up or doing anything. Also checking my messages because I am. I like this. We have a PE firm who is very interested in acquiring companies in NTG space. Really? I wonder what space you think we're in. Huh? Yeah, I think I'll mark that as spam. Yeah. Mark as spam. We do have a couple more people have signed up. Awesome. And where's the community itself? That's not it. That's it. All right. Hi. Don't knock my drinks over. He did that the other day. He jumped up and my drink just all over my desk. All right. Expazaz has a spot where people are posting different things to see how it turns out on the community. Cool. How do we like... Oh, someone's caught in the wires. Oh, my gosh. He bit me. Charles Joe, I'm new here. This arrived on time as I was looking for a group to join like WhatsApp, but watch the newest video. So here I am. I will be visiting the country first time in Nicaragua in a few weeks, so I'll definitely use this forum. Thanks. How bad is the dog barking? Someone tell me. Is it like crazy loud like it is here, or is it just funny? Larry says his dog is all excited hearing your dog's barking. He's barking back. Oh, that's so sweet. EGE Life is here checking in from Messiah. Peter Val. Peter, I saw that you already got signed up on the new community. Awesome. And remember, everybody, give a thumbs up on the show. Beverly says, my dog Jojo came over to see what was going on with your dogs. I bet. Okay, Janet says not too loud. That's good, because like here, I literally am not hearing what I'm saying. They are so loud. Tail says, I have so many barking dogs as neighbors, I couldn't really distinguish between your dogs and them. All right. Hi. Why are you so crazy? Why? Why must you be so crazy? All right. Ben says, does the Nicaraguan government allow homeschooling? So it depends. Are you a Nicaraguan and you are trying to homeschool your Nicaraguan children? Generally, the answer is no. Although I don't know that it's a strict no; it's a general no. It's not officially allowed. If you are a foreigner, yeah, absolutely, and tons of us do. My kids are homeschooled, right? And they've never said a single word. It's not a thing. Keep in mind that the majority of expats who are here with kids, if you're talking about their kids, they are not residents. And so you have to be a permanent resident to qualify your kids for the right to go to school, right? Now, they may get the privilege to go to school at any time. You just could be a tourist, you show up and you talk to the local school and say, hey, would you mind if my kids went to the school? It's up to them. They can give you the privilege of letting your kids go. And I've never heard of them turning anyone down, right? But they don't have to accept you, but they generally will. When you are a permanent resident, your kids are marked as students with they have student visas, right? And their right to go to the school is unquestionable. They have the right to go to school. So if they show up at the public school, that's it, right? They get to go. Now, private schools are open to anybody, whatever you pay for, right? So you can negotiate that, of course. But for those who are tourists, you're under zero obligation to do anything, right? You're a tourist. So can you have, do your kids have to go to school while tourists? No, obviously not. I don't know anywhere that does. So it's a weird situation that you have people who live here indefinitely, but the kids are, indefinite tourists. So what jurisdiction do they fall under for school? Whatever country they came from, sort of. So we're under U.S. jurisdiction for our kids just because of the way that things work. And Texas, one of the reasons that we made sure our residency was Texas is that Texas is very protective of homeschool. It's one of the best things. The no state tax, and Texas has really heavy taxes, but they only tax the Texans who are present. If you're a remote Texan, none of the hefty taxes apply to you, and the state income tax is zero. So it's a really awesome. What are you doing? So you end up with really good protections that you get to do homeschool. Texas will provide resources for homeschool if you want, and all kinds of things. So it's for most of us, it's a really good experience. Now, we're permanent residents. We have no problem doing homeschool as well. Oh, they laid down now. Okay, we survived that round of crazy dogs. The big dog, the old one. Oh, no, I said that. Now he got up. He had to come over and say hi. I thought you were laying down. Don't you want to take a nap? Your brother wants to take a nap with you. Yeah. The boys. The boys can go sleep. Yeah. So the 5-year-old Boston Terrier is now sleeping on the big dog bed. And the little baby is under my feet. And the old 8-year-old blue heeler is sleeping by the door on the tile. Crazy. So yeah, I mean, in reality, it's a great place to homeschool because just so much of life is so easy here, right? Everything is so much less crazy, and just the overhead of life isn't so bad. And when you're homeschooling, quite often, right, it's all about making things easier, not making things more complicated. That really gives you the value, right? Same with like working from home, or what if you're really into, I've mentioned this, what if you're really into watching movies or playing video games or reading books, things that don't actually benefit from resources of where you are. All of those things really benefit from being in places like Nicaragua, because suddenly your cost of living is lower, your ability to deal with things that come up is better. Just life is simpler, and the simpler and less expensive life is, the more time and effort you can put into whatever your hobby is. Now, if you have a hobby like model railroading, where there's absolutely nothing for that available in the country, and every single thing has to be sourced from another country and brought in, yeah, it's a little bit harder because doing international shipping is more complicated here, and you know, you're used to being able to get things local. A lot of things are made local for model railroading in the U.S. So something like that, which is niche, yes, Nicaragua makes it harder. But for those things, that's just like, oh, I just want to have, you know. And for us, it's big. My kids like to play video games. They like to watch YouTube. I like to work. None of those things that we do have any benefit from being in the U.S. Right? They like to sit in the living room and have a big comfy couch and popcorn and play video games together and have their dogs on the couches, and that's what my kids like to do. That's their, you know, what's a fun evening for them. That's often it. Or play Dungeons and Dragons. If my Hey, why are you eating my shoe? Stop that. No. No, I just kicked my stuff. Stop. Let go. Freaking dog. Are you done? No. No. Oh my gosh. Will he lay down, or is he coming back to be a problem? Are you coming back to be a problem? Why? Why are you like this? He says, because I'm a puppy. Don't you know I'm a puppy? And so by just making life easier, by making life cheaper, it's so much easier to order in food. Just do those things. So yeah, homeschool I think works really well here. Plus, just being in another country makes the opportunity for everyday life to be so much more educational, right? Food's different, language is different, language especially, like learn a new language in homeschool. You know, easy to travel, see things, like everyday life is like, woo, this is different than what I know. Helps a lot. So I'm going to see if I can bring up this article. There was a discussion yesterday on the WhatsApp group. No, I'm sorry, you can't leave the room. Let's see. No, I need the news. We were talking about AI and oh, there it is. Perfect. And how it's going to affect the future in Nicaragua and stuff. But I wanted to read, because there's this article. So Matt Schumer is an AI pundit. And he wrote some stuff, and then Fortune did an article on him. And I thought it was worth talking about, especially for those who are looking at moving and looking at careers. The retired set, this doesn't matter. But for those of us who have careers yet, and hey, Expazaz, and for those who are having kids and worried about what your kids are going to do in the future and stuff, I think this is really good. So this is from Fortune magazine. Matt Schumer's viral vlog about AI's looming impact on knowledge workers is based on flawed assumptions. And I think there's, on both sides, some commentary here. Oh, Tiffany does great things. Everyone speaks well of their dogs. The dogs are like sucker. I'll show you. The dogs are like sucker. I'll show you. Oh. Let me reread that with the correct notations. Every time one speaks well of their dogs, the dogs are like, sucker, I'll show you. I'm not really speaking well of my dogs tonight because we're all sad here because my dog killed my cat last night. So we're like super depressed and super angry with the dogs. And that's why they're in here, is because the cats decided to come back into the yard and put themselves, the other kittens are at risk. And so all the dogs are locked in my office because they're bad. Catch my breath here. AI influencer Matt Schumer penned a viral blog on X about AI's potential to disrupt and ultimately automate almost all knowledge work that has racked up more than 55 million views in the last 24 hours. Schumer's 5,000-word essay certainly hit a nerve. Written in a breathless tone, the blog is constructed as a warning to friends and family about how their jobs are about to be radically upended. Fortune also ran an adapted version of Schumer's post as a commentary piece. On February 5th, two major AI labs released two new models on the same day, GPT 5.3 Codex from OpenAI and Opus 4.6 from Anthropic, he writes. And something clicked. Not like a light switch, more like the moment you realize the water has been rising around you and it is now at your chest. Schumer says coders are the canary in the coal mine for every other profession. The experience that tech workers have had over the past year of watching AI go from helpful tool to does my job better than I do is the experience everyone else is about to have, he writes. Rise is what it says, but I think writes is what they meant. Law, finance, medicine, accounting, consulting, writing, design, analysis, customer service. Not in 10 years. The people building these systems say 1 to 5 years. Some say less. And given what I've seen just in the last couple of months, I think less is more likely. This is relevant because the discussion about these fields was had in the expats group last night, and I was chastised for saying 3 to 4 years. Here in Nicaragua, where things are expected to move faster and have much more flexibility to move fast than in the U.S., where they're talking about it. He says, but despite its viral nature, Schumer's assertion that what's happening with coding is a prequel for what will happen in other fields, and critically that this will happen within just a few years, seems wrong to me. And I write this as someone who wrote a book, Mastering AI, A Survival Guide to Our Superpowered Future, that predicted AI would massively transform knowledge work by 2029, something which I still believe. I'm pretty sure that AI massively transformed knowledge work by 2025. I don't know where these people have been. I just don't think the full automation of processes that we are starting to see with coding, we are not, is coming to other fields as quickly as Schumer contends. And so the first thing I'm going to say here is, the first thing I had to say was that I think their 2029 is ridiculous because they made a prediction that was already true, like already widely known to be true. So that makes no sense. The second thing is he's saying that coding is doing end-to-end, and that is not true. It is the mechanical portion of coding, which is a big deal and takes a lot of work, but that's what's being automated. Software design is not. And so the core parts, the real value in software engineering is not really changing. It still depends on people. That could change in the future, but right now, no one's even talking about the possibility no one's really talking about the possibility of AI taking over design decisions because it has no idea what to make. And there's all these really important pieces. So what we're actually seeing, what I'm seeing, is we're more likely to hire coders. We're more likely to hire humans. We're doing more because the people are turning out so much more. It's easier for someone to have value than it was previously. Previously, they struggled because if they couldn't design enough and write enough code, they just weren't turning out enough stuff to justify their salary. But with AI, people are able to chunk out a bunch of stuff and actually be productive at a much higher rate. And so it's easier to justify their salary, so we have more of them. Right now, it's not going to apply everywhere. Some places have no idea how to do business or make money, and so they can't keep adding people just because they become more efficient. Their only way to make money is to get rid of those people. That's an unhealthy company. You want to get out of there anyway. Just hopefully you have somewhere else to go. So the point being is that even as a company that does exactly this, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I use AI heavily, I see AI as an incredibly valuable tool in the space, but it's doing anything but replacing qualified software engineers. Now, will it displace unqualified software engineers that were getting away with doing nothing of value previously and basically just pasting boilerplate everywhere? Sure. But that's not the same, right? That's like, oh, this is going to disrupt the industry. We're not going to have cops anymore. Well, no, it actually only replaced the cops who were walking the beat but not arresting anyone because they were scared. So they weren't really cops. They were just wearing the uniform. Okay, is that a bad thing? Absolutely not. That's a freaking good thing, right? So that we're on it, do we need a pipeline? Could it disrupt pipelines? Yeah, that stuff, certainly there's risk. But is it able to do the job of a senior engineer? No, not even close. It does specific tasks that that person may do, sometimes quite well, often much faster. Yes. But is it doing the same job? Not even close, not remotely close, not in the wildest imagination, right? It's super powerful technology, but not at all the same. Hey, nope. Now he's eating my backpack. Nope. So I think that base assumption that software engineering is being just replaced by AI, I don't think it's true. I think non-software engineering, I think keyboard monkeys who were not providing value and were really welfare cases in most cases, or just mechanical workers, are being replaced. And since most people outside the industry perceive that to be coders, it feels like coders are being replaced. Not all knowledge work is like software development. Schumer says that the reason code has been the area where autonomous agentic capabilities have had the biggest impact so far is that the AI companies have devoted so much attention to it. They have done so, Schumer says, because these frontier models companies see autonomous software development as key to their own business, enabling AI models to help build the next generation of AI models. In this, the AI companies' bet seems to be paying off. The pace at which they are churning out better models has picked up markedly in the last year, and both OpenAI and Anthropic have said that the code behind their most recent AI models was largely written by AI itself. Schumer says that while coding is a leading indicator, the same performance gains seen in coding arrive in other domains, although sometimes about a year later than the uplift in coding. Schumer does not offer a cogent explanation for why this lag might exist, although he implies it is simply because the AI model companies optimize for coding first and then eventually get around to improving the models in other areas. But what Schumer doesn't say is that another reason that progress in automating software development has been more rapid than in other areas. Coding has some quantitative metrics of quality that simply don't exist in other domains. This is very true. In programming, if the code is really bad, it simply won't compile at all. Inadequate code may also fail various unit tests that the AI coding agent can perform. Schumer doesn't mention that today's coding agents sometimes lie about conducting unit tests, which is one of the many reasons automated software development isn't foolproof. Many developers say that the code that AI writes is often decent enough to pass these basic tests, but it is still not very good. Then they probably shouldn't be basic tests, just saying. That it is inefficient, inelegant, and most important, insecure, opening an organization that uses it to cybersecurity risks. But in coding, now, they say that, and that is true. There's also a flip side, which is using a common code base, let's just say Windows, something that's used heavily all over the place and everybody has a copy of, except me, also puts you at risk because once someone has discovered that any Windows system is vulnerable, they know all of them are vulnerable. And so you can often be attacked based on commonality, based on groupthink. That alone puts you at a certain degree of risk. And simply by having bespoke software you make yourself, even though it may from a code level be less risky, from an attacker standpoint, it is generally dramatically harder. It's not a low-hanging fruit target. Requires a targeted attack. And so overall, the risk is probably higher in this situation, but there is a pretty massive mitigating force as well that they completely gloss over. But in coding, there are still some ways to build autonomous AI agents to address some of these issues. The model can spin up sub-agents that check the code it has written for cybersecurity vulnerabilities or critique the code on how efficient it is, things we do all the time. Because software code can be tested in virtual environments, there are plenty of ways to automate the process of reinforcement learning, where an agent learns by experience to maximize some reward, such as points in a game that AI companies use to shape the behavior of AI models after their initial training. That means the refinement of coding agents can be done in an automated way at scale. Assessing quality in many other domains of knowledge work is far more difficult. There are no compilers for law, no unit tests for medical treatment plan, no definitive metric for how good a marketing campaign is before it is tested on consumers. Now, I would argue that in countries with actual laws, there certainly is a way to test for that. It only doesn't work in a lawless country like the United States, UK, or Canada, where they're on common law or non-law, where knowing all the laws, knowing all the rules doesn't get you anywhere, right? So I think quite logically, in a true legal system, because you can't call common law a legal system, it's not. There's no legality to the system. It's an illegal system, right? That's kind of what the system is. Obviously, AI would be able to handle that with aplomb. It is only because the system itself has no good answer that being able to come up with a good answer isn't a thing. Medical treatment plans, in theory, that should be qualitative as well. That it's not seems like a real problem with the medical field, that they have existed for thousands of years and haven't come up with the same tests that software engineers have in 50 years, in 80 years. That's super fishy. No definitive metric for how to make a good marketing campaign before it's tested on consumers. Well, the same thing with software, though. I'd argue you can write the code for the software, but does it do the things that your consumers want? You also can't do any of that with unit test or anything. You need to get it in front of customers and stakeholders and see if they like it before they know. If you have a marketing campaign that has predefined values in the same way you could with software, then you can test it just the same. And if you are treating them normally, then both of them have to be tested on their customers to know how well they work, right? Those unit tests tell you that it will physically do the task, but we know your marketing campaign will do that too. It will send out the emails, it will make the calls, it will generate a list, and so forth. So I think that they're far closer than he's making it sound. It is much harder in other domains to gather sufficient amounts of data from professional experts about what good looks like. Now, this is huge. Now, one, I find it offensive that he calls them professional experts, but I know the knee-jerk reaction is what everyone says. In IT, we are not professionals, both legally in the United States, they've taken that away, but also from a respect perspective. The thing that sets it apart from these others is they're mostly seen as professions. That is non-performance based certified jobs, right? They're welfare jobs from the government in most cases, at least that's how they're treated. So that doesn't mean everyone doing it is in that situation, but that's how the government works it, right? You buy access to the job and you're essentially guaranteed a certain income, more or less, based on your family's ability to purchase the job for you in some way, and you are very minorly judged based on the quality of your work. Whereas in IT, there is no certification, there is no way to get a government certified job, there is no welfare system for it, and you are always judged on the value of what you do. It is the very definition of the job. That we have what good looks like. The term what good looks like comes from IT, by the way. So that IT has or software engineering in this case, they're kind of mixing them together, that these fields have these concepts. That they're talking about how this is a field full of people who know how to do their jobs and can teach how to do their jobs. And that medical and marketing and whatever other ones he mentioned, he's implying or saying they lack the expertise at the human level to define their own jobs. They don't even know what a good job looks like. They can't come up with success as a definition. Remember this, because it becomes really important as we go. AI companies realize they have a problem gathering this kind of data. It is why they are now paying millions to companies like Mercor, which in turn are shelling out big bucks to recruit accountants, finance professionals, lawyers, and doctors to help provide feedback on AI outputs so AI companies can train their models better. It is true that there are benchmarks that show the most recent AI models making rapid progress on professional tasks outside of coding. One of the best of these is OpenAI's GDP-Val benchmark. It shows that frontier models can achieve parity with human experts across a range of professional tasks, from complex legal work to manufacturing to healthcare. So far, the results aren't in for the models OpenAI and Anthropic released last week, but for their predecessors, Opus 4.5 and GPT-5.2, the models achieve parity with human experts across a diverse range of tasks and beat human experts in many domains. I do want to point out, OpenAI did not release a new model for this last week. They released a coding-only codex model last week, so there isn't... So the one that they tested here is the current one in their case. Opus did release a new one. So wouldn't this suggest that Schumer is correct? Well, not so fast. But it turns out that in many professions, what good looks like is highly subjective. Not really. It's just that there's no one who knows what good looks like. That's not the same. Human experts only agree with one another on their assessments of the AI output about 71% of the time. So what we learned from this is that there aren't cohesive experts in the field, assuming that they actually got the experts. They don't agree as to what good looks like. But someone's right and someone's wrong. Which means some very important things. One is that the humans aren't up to the task. You can't have this situation with your actual experts and tell me that humans are doing the job. They're just not doing the job. Someone is doing the job, but not very many people, right? If your experts aren't agreeing, then your normal people are so far in over their heads. Holy crap, this should terrify everyone from working with any of these fields. And two, it suggests, based on other things, that the AI hasn't just already matched them. It sounds like it's very likely already surpassed them, which clearly isn't hard because they're not able to do the field. So the idea that these fields are harder than software engineering, I think is the opposite. Software engineering has the experts who have agreement. It has deep patterns and really deep research and knowledge on everything that people do. It's one of the reasons that I love the field. IT and software engineering take what they do so seriously. That's why calling them professionals is insulting, because doctors, lawyers, they don't tend to take the same degree of research, right? There's a reason why in so many situations you can go into a company and working in this field, this happens all the time. People from all different parts of a company will come to the IT and software engineering departments and be like, can you help us with this thing that we're supposed to be the experts in and you've never heard of or seen before, but we assume simply because you work in this field that you can do the job of every expert in every other department better than the experts who do it full time. That's how companies really think. And it's quite often actually true. Way more often than it ever should be, which it should be true never. It's staggering. But so that field takes that so seriously, shows why it's more resilient to AI than other fields. There's actually expertise that is there to be competed with. But they've made it very clear in multiple statements in different ways throughout this article that the people in these other fields, medical and marketing and legal, simply lack the quality at the human level, or the results are kind of random, right? It may not be that the humans are the problem. It may be that the results are that we simply lack the technology, lack the knowledge, lack the structure for knowing the legal system. Does that actually help you? Maybe not. Maybe a lawyer that knows every single thing isn't any better than a lawyer who doesn't, because the system doesn't actually apply the law in that way. Maybe knowing everything we know about medicine doesn't actually make you that much better of a doctor, and that randomly doing stuff or whatever is just as good. That's fine, but that means that the AI has already surpassed the humans because it can do it faster and cheaper. If it's just doing the same bad job faster and cheaper, that's still faster and cheaper. So I think this article actually drives home to a staggering degree of how much AI is able to replace most people in most fields, because the average person in the average field isn't actually needed, right? According to the CIA. The automated grading system used by OpenAI for GDP Val has even more variance, agreeing on assessments only 66% of the time. So those headline numbers about how good AI is at a professional task could have a wide margin of error. That is absolutely true. It could have a wide margin of error, but the suggestion is that it is vastly better than we can know, because we don't have the humans anymore who are qualified to judge the AI, which is, I can tell you how dumb AI is. It is the saddest statement I can possibly make, but that's what they're backing up. This variance is one of the things that holds enterprises back from deploying fully automated workflows. No, it's not. It's not just the output of the AI model itself might be faulty. That's what's really doing it. It's that, as the GDP Val benchmark suggests, the equivalent of an automated unit test in many professional contexts might produce an erroneous result a third of the time. Sure, but we've already determined that the humans are returning erroneous results at least that much. Most companies cannot tolerate the possibility of the poor quality work being shipped in a third of cases. I'm pretty sure you just described that they can, right? That's the thing. Companies are doing this already. That's what AI is exposing, is that it's not replacing real knowledge workers. It's that so many as a percentage of people with knowledge working names in their jobs aren't really knowledge worker. They're just pushing paper around. They're just doing random tasks that can't be evaluated. They're just writing reports that no one reads. And AI, whether it does it as well or just cheaper and faster, for something that has no purpose, doesn't matter if it gets it right. And if it does have to get it right, well, then the humans need to be able to evaluate that. If the humans can't, how can the AI be wrong a third of the time? You don't know because the humans are already doing it. The risks are simply too great. Sometimes the risk might be merely reputational, and others it can mean immediate revenue loss. But in many professional tasks, the consequences of a wrong decision can be even more severe. Professional sanction, lawsuits, loss of license, loss of insurance cover, and even the risk of physical harm and death, sometimes to large numbers of people. Exactly, which is why intentionally putting in people that you just decided can't be good enough to do the job is not the right answer. And we've known some things for a number of years, right? Rudimentary AI systems and automation systems were outperforming pharmacists, for example, 20 years ago. And yes, once in a while, a pharmacist catches something that the computer didn't know. But the number of times that the computers catch mistakes from the pharmacist is really big, to the point where it's basically illegal not to have the computer do it. So in many of these fields, it's here we're relying on regulations alone to have not replaced them long ago. What's more, trying to keep a human in the loop to review automated outputs is problematic. Today's AI models are genuinely getting better. Hallucinations occur less frequently, but that only makes the problem worse. Really. When quality makes the problem worse, something's wrong. As AI generates errors become less frequent, human reviewers become complacent. Okay, so the humans are only good when given bad input. I see. AI errors become harder to spot because there's fewer of them. AI is wonderful at being confidently wrong and at presenting results that are impeccable in form but lack in substance. Right, but humans can learn that in as long as it takes me to read that sentence, so we probably aren't going to be fooled by it unless we're not capable of doing the job in the first place. That bypasses some of the proxy criteria humans use to calibrate their level of vigilance. Well, we shouldn't be using false proxy criteria to do that. That's a human error. That's why humans aren't good in that loop. I'm not saying humans shouldn't be in that loop. I'm just saying they're not good at it. So if that is something that you feel that humans can be easily tricked by confidence, then they're probably not qualified to be the professionals who are determining if something is good or bad. That means they're not looking at what's good and bad. In general, they're looking at how confident the answer is, which we know that's what the average person does. But you're defining the best in your field as being trapped with that rudimentary problem. We've got a deeper problem that we need to solve with AI because you're just rewording the humans have already failed. AI models often fail in ways that are alien to the ways humans fail at the same task, which means guarding against AI-generated errors more of a challenge. That is sort of true, but it doesn't take too long for humans to learn that, like maybe a few days. So while that is an accurate concern, it is a incredibly trivial one. And since those humans, in theory, don't need to do a bunch of other things, they can focus on that. For all these reasons, until the equivalent of software development's automation unit tests are developed for more professional fields, deploying automated AI workflows in many knowledge work contexts will be too risky for most enterprises. Now, he just defined at least 5 times how that couldn't reasonably be true. AI will remain an assistant or co-pilot to human knowledge workers in many cases rather than fully automating their work. I think what we're finding, and I think what you can read between the lines, is the opposite has actually happened. The humans have already become the co-pilots in so many scenarios. Not all, but the average, and I can speak across so many industries that I've worked in, the average human isn't able to make the good decisions. They have no idea how to do it. I've met with CEOs, right, who didn't have the first clue. When I said, I'm here to talk about how you make decisions, that statement, they couldn't even figure out what it meant, right? They had no idea what improving how you make decisions could be. And I pressed them on okay, so here's a decision you made and explain to me why you made it. And they'd say, okay, well, because of this. I'm like, okay, great. Now, this decision you made, I'm unclear what brought you to the conclusion. Why did you make this decision? And he would give me a competing reason, right? So in the one case, he would say, because our focus is on making more money, like selling more products. And then the other, because our focus is on reducing overhead. Well, wait, what made your priority change between these two decisions? Was there a factor that made one decision dependent on one thing and one dependent on another? Because those are generally two different factors. They both have good reason to exist. But if one's your priority at one time, how could it not continue to be your priority a few seconds later when you made this decision, right? If you went into a meeting and you told your decision makers that are in the meeting, you're the owner, and you're like, okay, my priority is to do all of our design with a red hue. I like red. You're not going to go blue. You're not going to go green. Yellow's out of the question. Purple is not the answer. Red. And then you sit down and one person goes, yes, the priority is red. And then the next person goes, the priority is green. How can that be, right? One thing was given as the priority, and all decisions, it is the priority. It doesn't change because it's a different decision. And we got into this big thing. Never was I able to get him to understand that he wasn't consistently using the same criteria. He was picking the answer and then finding what criteria would lead him to that answer. That's how they weren't actually decision making at all. They were throwing darts and then justifying it, which is a really common thing. But if you can identify that at the CEO level, every person under him is stuck doing the same thing because he's determining if they did a good job by that criteria. We're so far past the point where the AI has blown him out of the water. Even if it's hallucinating, it's probably doing a better job in most cases. Reasons to keep that. In many cases, enterprises cannot give AI agents access to the kinds of tools and data systems they need to perform automated workflows. Mostly true, but I really question who can't do that, but it's got to have cases. It is noticeable that the most enthusiastic boosters of AI automation so far have been developers who work either by themselves or for AI native startups. These software coders are often unencumbered by legacy systems and technical debt and often don't have lots of governance and compliance systems to navigate. Basically, they're just describing what we've said all along, is that people who do things well, and people who don't, right? Yes, the people who are in a position to do things well are probably not encumbered by the problems that you put on people who do things badly. True, but it's self-fulfilling. Big organizations often currently lack ways to link data sources and software tools together. Right, basically, bad companies do things badly. In other cases, concerns about security risks and governance means large enterprises, especially in regulated sectors such as banking, finance, law, and healthcare, are unwilling to automate without ironclad guarantees that the outcomes will be reliable and that there is a process for monitoring, governing, and auditing the outcomes. This is purely political because they didn't need those things when they had humans, right? They were perfectly accepting of bad outcomes without all these things. Why would AI change that they suddenly need it, right? The systems for doing this are currently primitive. Until they become much more mature and robust, don't expect enterprises to fully automate the production of business critical or regulated outputs. Automation is actually the answer here, right? AI is just one piece of it, but you can have automation that protects against most bad outcomes using expert systems that are not fungible like AI is to control the AI. There really are answers in most cases. Not all. Certainly not all, but in many. I'm not the only one who found Schumer's analysis faulty. Gary Marcus, emeritus professor of cognitive science at NYU, has become one of the leading skeptics of today's large language models. Like, LLMs are pretty dumb, but they just reflect society. So the thing is if you don't like them, you're just calling people dumb, which is fine. But like, you got to go to a NYU professor to get this. This is sad. This should be elementary school stuff. And he pointed to the problems that even Schumer's arguments about automated software development. He gives no actual data to support his claim that the latest coding systems can write whole complex apps without making errors. Well, first of all, they can't write whole complex apps, and they do make errors. So obviously. He points out that Schumer mischaracterizes a well-known benchmark from the AI evaluation organization Meter that tries to measure AI models' autonomous coding capabilities that suggests AI capabilities are doubling every 7 months. Marcus notes that Schumer fails to mention that the benchmark has only two thresholds for accuracy, 50% and 80%, but most businesses aren't interested in a system that fails half of the time or even one that fails 1 out of every 5 attempts. Only companies that are clueless, though, right? If you could do... So, first of all, when IBM did big studies on software engineering, what they found is that failure rates are somewhere around 80 to 90%. Failure rates, right? Successful projects. Now, they've gotten a little bit better over time, but this is in the 1980s, right? The Mythical Man Month revisited. Failure rates were dramatically higher than this. Much higher. So much higher. And current coding with humans is higher than this, right? That 50 to 80% range is like bugs or design flaws. Humans go back and redo stuff constantly. It's a constant cycle. So humans are doing this. So if you measure humans in the same way you measure AI, you're getting higher failure rates in many cases. Not all, but in many. So companies are tolerating this today without blinking. Now, if you add AI in and say it can do the same thing, but it can do it faster and cheaper, and you're telling me that a company that's okay with a 50% failure rate today would be not okay with a faster, cheaper 80% success rate tomorrow, 30% failure rate, 20% failure rate? You can't even do math. See, that was my failure rate. That makes no sense. Unless it has nothing to do with business, nothing to do with actual outcomes, and is purely welfare. Keeping jobs for the sake of keeping jobs. Not because they're doing any work. That is the point where these are no longer businesses. These are now money laundering schemes, right? They are moving investor money into the pockets of non-workers, right? A worker gets productive. But if you're not using AI because you're keeping a butt in a seat for non-business reasons, that worker is taking work out of the system. They are actually subtracting value from the company. So you have to give up on fiduciary responsibility to make these kinds of arguments. I'm not saying that AI should be used everywhere. There's so many places it shouldn't. But the arguments they're making don't add up. These are not people with a basic understanding of business and AI and math and how these tasks are done. He also noted that, but if you knew those things, why would you be at Fortune or NYU? He also noted that Schumer didn't cite recent research from Caltech and Stanford. Oh yeah, they're the bastions of knowledge these days. That chronicled why Stanford grads can't even get hired anymore. Like, they're no longer even considered viable. There's been so many articles about how Stanford is now pointless. That chronicled a wide range of reasoning errors in advanced AI models. Sure, but how does it compare to the humans? That's the question. There's no doubt AI is stupid. The question is, who's stupider? And as most companies are saying today, the stupider ones are the Stanford grads. If we think about the cost of what it takes to go to Stanford and compare that to the value you get from your degree, what smart person was at Stanford, right? At least in recent years. So that the AI chose not to go to Stanford alone gives it a huge leg up on reasoning error. Starting from the standpoint that our humans who made massive financial blunders and couldn't take the obvious path of teaching themselves and proving their worth, and saying that only those who fail that are somehow better than the error rate in advanced AI models is a pretty weak argument. And he pointed out that Schumer has been caught previously making exaggerated claims about the abilities of an AI model he trained. He likes to sell big. He doesn't mean that we should take him seriously. That is true. Other critics of Schumer's blog point out that his economic analysis is ahistorical. Every other technology revolution has, in the long run, created more jobs than it eliminated. Connor Boyack, president of the Libertas Institute, a policy think tank in Utah, wrote an entire counter blog post making this argument. That is very true, right? And we do see that in areas of AI. I see it in real software engineering. Real software engineers I see being buoyed by the AI revolution, and only those who were not actually software engineers before finding themselves wiped out because now they're exposed, right? That's why so many jobs are being protected by the government. They don't want that exposure that they've been certifying and putting and forcing people to rely on people who don't meet our criteria all along. So yes, AI may be poised to transform work, but the kind of full task automation that some software developers have started to observe is possible for some tasks. For most knowledge workers, especially those embedded in large organizations, that is going to take much longer than Schumer implies, right? It's not about the ability to automate the task, it's about the willingness to automate the task, is what they just pointed out, right? Especially those in big business, especially those that are in welfare businesses that are keeping people employed because they are getting corrupt tax breaks to launder money for the government, is the undercurrent of what they're saying. So I just wanted to point out that article because it was so similar to what we've been talking about, and I thought it was an interesting article that had so little clue of what it was talking about. Joseph Hernandez says, I'm heading to Nicaragua on Monday. Last time I went, I couldn't get Claro hooked up on my phone until I went to Leon. Anyway, I could get an eSIM prior to my arrival, so my phone service will be connected. No, there's no way to get Nicaraguan cards outside of Nicaragua. You can always go with a service, but I don't know of any I would trust. I know the big one that everyone's going to jump to has reached out to me and tried to convince me to push them on my channel, and the tactics that they use for how they do that makes me think their product is garbage. So I am clearly not pushing them. I did not make a deal with them because I don't take that kind of thing. And I now know any vlogger that I see who has them, I know what kind of deal they made. And they get commissions, right? They don't get paid anything. It is purely commission. So they have to lie through their teeth and push hard to get people on those traveler eSIM crap things that I know some of them like work, but with a little bit of work, you can spend a ton less money and get a lot better service. But Claro, so I am interested as to what challenges did you have with Claro? But yeah, so the secret is come in with T-Mobile or something like that, and then you don't have to worry about it. But you have to get to a Claro store normally. Tiffany says, oh no, sorry to hear. Expat says, I think AI will make computer training go away. So those of us who are already fully trained will do well. And anyone who trains themselves, right? All the good people train themselves in the past. Computer training went away a long time ago. I don't think AI can make it go away because it went away, right? Make Stanford as an example. Do you think a Stanford grad today is useful? They don't have a clue what they're doing. Most of them aren't even sure the name of the field they've gone into. And I mean that, right? Like so often they graduate and they're like, here's what I want to do. I went for this degree. And I'm like, that degree is not for that job. What? They didn't even take the time to learn what field they were studying for and think they want to work in. The degree to which, haha, no pun intended, they are unqualified to graduate from high school with that stuff is crazy. So I think from an external standpoint, I think computer training went away a long time ago. Gen X was the only generation that got any significant amount of it. Even millennials struggle, unless they taught themselves. With that, because society did not put any pressure or processes or resources in their path to make it easy or obvious that they needed to learn those things. And they gave them a free pass. So people who didn't have some innate desire to do it just didn't, which is normal. And then Gen Z, Gen Alpha, it's just more and more of the same, right? There's absolutely nobody pushing that this is something you should learn. No one is requiring it as something you must learn. And there's no obvious, like, here's the value of learning it. So the very few people who are like, and I know someone here, she's 15, taught herself to program, started a firm, and now travels around the world as a teenager using her own money because she sat down and taught herself computers and programming and all that. And I'm sure she had family that helped her. Like, I'm not saying that she's some completely self-made, but she did all that and was doing stuff by 15. It doesn't matter how much training you have out there. That person was going to be successful, whether any of it existed or not. And all the people who wait until they get the training that they didn't need to wait for are probably not going to be super successful, whether we give them training or not. It's a field that has everything you could possibly imagine to learn and to test and to try and to practice and to put into use somewhere. It's unlimited, right? There's a shortage of people who actually know how to do it. So there's unlimited need for it. And there's nothing you can't research online and figure out through free resources. So there is no walled garden. in the field at all. I've never known any field that's so passionate about getting the information out there for the good of humanity. You would think that doctors would be the ones who would want to do that, but unless you're a Cuban doctor, that's pretty much not true. So I think computer training went away a long time ago. And yeah, those of us who have it, who have the decades of it, of course we're going to do well, right? But we were doing well before. But I don't think I don't think anyone has lost the ability to enter that field. If anything, I think it's gotten easier, right? Building a portfolio, doing cool things on your own with smaller groups, with smaller investments is more capable than ever before, more possible than ever before. And so I think that's going to go a long way for the same subset of actually qualified, actually interested people. I think removing humans is a bad thing for AI because, for example, an AI expert system needs human experts. In theory, but Fortune doesn't seem to think so. They think that the humans are incapable of providing an expert system at this point. We've not achieved expert level with humanity, and so we're kind of dependent on AI to somehow get there without us, which is we're just doomed. My dad says good night. Please give the girls a hug from Grandpa. Exposé says good night, Mr. Miller. My dad says thanks. Reinforced learning is used in elevator banks in office buildings. PLM is an old programming language that was used in reinforced learning. That's how old it is. I feel sorry for the H-1B workers who are being replaced by AI now. Kind of, but if you can be replaced by AI, were you an actual H-1B worker or were you just another welfare case, right? Just hitting keys, not actually doing stuff. Don't get me wrong. I think we need to bring, as an American, I think we need to bring in 10 times as many immigrants as we do. Very, very, very pro expat, right? H-1Bs or expat visas. But not for those things, right? There's so many places we could bring them in, but they need to have actual value, not be just pressing keys on behalf of a computer so that it, or whatever, right? And I've literally been in places, they didn't have H-1Bs, but I've been in shops where the company paid them to open code editors and scroll up and down because they disallowed writing any code. They didn't trust the humans in the same way they're saying, big companies don't trust AI. They didn't trust humans either. And the whole job was fake. They didn't make anything, but they had to look like they were. So they had all this banks of developers and computers just scrolling throughout the day. He says, bingo, Scott, you hit the nail on the head. Luke says, from U.S. healthcare practitioners, lazy professionals using AI to scrape answers for treatment versus actually evaluating the patient. I had a misdiagnosed due to a physician assistant brag he just used AIs. That also means since he was a physician's assistant, he wasn't capable of doing the job. It is true that it is a poor statement on the AI. However, it is a much bigger statement on the physician's assistant and a statement on any physician that had him as an assistant and on any healthcare system that allows that, right? So if you're doing treatment versus evaluation, you don't want AI, right? Diagnostics like that, you want automation, non-AI. You want deterministic automation because if you have these symptoms and these things, you want to come to the same answer every time. Which is why humans are terrible at medical stuff. Now, they're good at, okay, there's a bunch of factors here that we've never talked about before. Great. Humans can think outside the box or think outside the workflows that have previously existed in ways that automation cannot. If a human is using AI to do a non-intelligence task, it's a pattern matching task, then it shows not that AI is not able to do what the human did. The AI did what it was told to do. Human did not do what he was told to do. He was told to pattern match. Here's the symptoms. What's the answer? What are the answers? What are the likelihoods? Right? And then test further based on criteria. Right? We shouldn't have medical professionals with access to information guessing. Right? That's what happened to me. My appendix was going to rupture. It was clear it was going to rupture. The symptoms made it absolutely certain it was going to rupture. And the doctor said, I'm going to throw out the criteria that made it be appendicitis. I'm going to include only statistics minus this other piece and emotionally decide it's not appendicitis. Obviously, it was appendicitis. Any computer would have figured out it was appendicitis. Any qualified doctor would know it was appendicitis. But because the human was allowed to just make a decision, he decided it wasn't appendicitis. But not based on any measurable criteria, not based on any medical criteria. Purely, he didn't like that answer at that time. Mostly, I think he didn't like that I had diagnosed it without him. But using a general purpose AI, which is what your PA did, I'm sure, is very different than using a medical system that leverages AI to fill in gaps in automation, right? Automation says, here's what we know. There's gaps. The AI, in theory, can help fill in those gaps. A keyword search from lazy professionals is a sign of the times. That is, yeah, right? An AI could at least know to say, oh, no, this is not how you look this up, right? Expossess says, physician assistants never finish medical school. The VA hire PAs to evaluate 8 million patients. Why not automate it? So here's the thing. You know they're not trying to save money, or they wouldn't use humans. And I'm not saying AI is the answer. We're saying humans are not the answer. And they're not concerned about results, or they wouldn't use humans, right? It's about spending money and avoiding results. Those two criteria must be there for them to go down that path. Exodus says there's a physician shortage only because they've engineered it, right? Like it's a carefully engineered thing. It is amazing that there's a physician shortage. Like, how is there a physician shortage? There's so many people looking for work. Like, I guess laying off 75,000 doctors in the largest healthcare provider in the country wasn't such a smart move, right? It's not a shortage of doctors. It's a shortage of care, right? Like, at least that problem does not exist in Nicaragua. I want to expat where doctors are still in charge, like in the old days. Yes, which they are here. Well, and the patient's in charge. John Mason says, okay, I'm back, was doing my Duolingo, and Luke, I just hit 151-day streak, and I'm on level 42. Very nice. What's my streak? I'm on level 89. There we go. Oh, and this is Marcella's cat. His name is Happy. He is a rescue that we managed to get when his mother was killed. We got his whole litter and managed to get them all homes. All right, just a reminder, give a thumbs up on the show if you don't mind. 2.25 hours in. Beverly Evans says she'll be in Nicaragua in 3 weeks. 404 office not found said he likes the UI on the new Expat forum. Dale says a couple of questions. This is for Michael, who did the border run. Where are you coming from? What transportation did you use from your city to the border and back? You said you were in a car. Was it a taxi or did you rent a car? The $8 fee to leave, is that a bus ticket out? Oh, I scared the dogs. I'm sorry, doggies. I haven't sneezed in a long time. I don't know if the puppy's ever heard me sneeze. He might think I just died. Tiffany does great things. Says the health system in the U.S. is 100%. 100% why I'm leaving. You have to be your own best medical advocate. You do. You have to be a billionaire, your own best medical advocate, and still, it's very hard. Getting a little bit congested. Oh, the puppy's over here on the floor now. You're a sweet girl. Sweet boy. Sweet boy. Well, I think the new forum is working. We're getting a lot of at least on day one. There's a lot of people posting. If anyone is new on the stream and has not seen it yet, we have the new Expat forum. Please go sign up. Great place to be. Post questions, all kinds of stuff. New as of yesterday, so get in while it's cool. Get one of those low numbered IDs. We currently have, let's go take a look, 31. We're up to 31 people in, which is a tiny number, but it's our first day of a new, barely announced, old-fashioned forum. And we didn't post about it until 3 a.m. Because of the whole disaster yesterday. I was trying to get it posted around 9 p.m. and that's when everything happened. And so lost the night, and that's why I got no sleep. And been a hard day. Dale says, "Yeah, I like the new forum, or the old-fashioned forum, as the case may be." Thanks, Dale. I'm so far I'm pretty happy with it. I feel like it's fast. I feel like it's easy to use. It's clean and simple. And once we get like all the different categories with people asking about places to go out in Granada, asking about restaurants in Leon, asking about coffee in Matagalpa, it'll start to really feel like organized and doing stuff. Luke says, all the talk of Gen X programming training, did you ever watch Halt and Catch Fire? Oh, no, I haven't watched Halt and Catch Fire. But I know the name. Tiffany does great things, says, so it's WhatsApp and the new forum now? No, just the new forum. I mean, some people are using the WhatsApp, and feel free. I'm probably going to stay in the Leon forum, probably not in the others, just because it is a lot of noise, and it's... there is a value to your local city having some like real time, like, oh my gosh, I'm going out to eat, or oh my gosh, where are people right now? But other than a few things like that, mostly it's much nicer for me to have the forum where when I can check, and when I'm not, people aren't like, why isn't Scott responding, or why did he leave in the middle of a conversation? My life is busy to an absurd degree, like truly insanely busy, and those forums. Those forums are extremely distracting for me and very time consuming, because it's very hard to find where someone actually needs an answer versus is just talking or got lost in someone else talking or whatever. So having a traditional forum that's specifically designed to address that is really, really good for me. So that's where I'm going to be focused. It's what I've done for a really long time. It's just really good to have that breathing space. Like I can provide for good answers for people. I can make sure things are searchable and whatever, but at the same time, don't have this constant scrolling of like, oh, I got to watch my phone all the time, because that's what it feels like. Right, because I know people are often posting hoping that I will see it, and they treat it as, and I understand why, they treat it as like a personal forum with me, and that's not a problem. But when hundreds of people are on there, it's like I never get a chance to sleep. John says, I ran into a friend of mine from Perea, Colombia, who lives here. He told me his mother had recently passed away. He owned her house and another that he plans to retire to, and his brother has a finca. Anyway, so we have a place to stay when we go there, even if his place is still rented. Oh, that's awesome. Dale says, yeah, it progresses, it'll fill out and probably have to be shuffled a little, broken down into subcategories and cities, etc. Well, there is a bit there already. I can throw it up here, and hold on, I gotta jump around to. I need more screens. John says, and I have a local to help me with stuff and making new friends. We're both retired at about the same time. Oh, very cool. Let's. All right, so here's the general forum, and my phone is buzzing out of control. So normally we're looking at just everything, right? This is all the categories put together. You can see the categories written, like this is the general category, this is my vlog category, Leon, Managua, right? And then if there's things I haven't read, it'll show up in blue over here. But if you want to see, and you can resort this, like what's popular, most viewed, which will be about the same, unanswered, if there's a question, just this one. But if we go to categories, these are the categories that we currently have in there, which obviously most like Carasso, 0 topics, Chinandega, 0 topics, Esteli, 0 topics. But general has 5, forum announcements has 5, Managua has 1. You might say, well, I want to see what the Managua one is. Let's go look at it. So you just click on that, and then there's only one, so here's the one Managua announcement. But so for breaking down into at least main categories, we've got that now, and I think it's pretty slick. What I want to do is get little pictures in here. I think it'll look cool. But let's find one that has several. Well, Leon has 3, so there we go. We get 3 topics in Leon. So obviously, in a few weeks, these will all have a lot of topics in them, and we'll get these for all the departamentos. And the departamentos tie into Nicaragua as well, which is a little bit handy. So that is there. Lacayo and Lacaye, where can I find this forum? Oh, let me send that link again for sure. Expat says, I'm trying to test what markdown is possible on the forum. Yeah, I don't know how much. I added a rich element editor, and it does allow a bit. You can still use markdown like a wiki or a lot of posts, but I'm not sure how much is implemented so that it can be done in the WYSIWYG. And for those who are wondering, we talked about this earlier, but oh, you can't see categories on your phone. Hold on, let me see. Oh, you're right. That, I don't use them much yet, so I haven't paid attention to it. Okay. Yeah, it just makes it disappear. UI challenges. Marcella ordered Chinese food for dinner. It's very dusty and dry in this room, so that's one of the reasons that I And I get like phlegmy and coffee in here. You know, one of the things I miss hardly the most, but I really miss, is I really wish that McDonald's in Nicaragua would carry the Filet-O-Fish. Because it would be nice once in a while, just once in a while, huge, like not common at all. I wouldn't mind heading into a McDonald's and getting two Filet-O-Fish sandwiches and some fries. And that's a nice big meal that's not crazy expensive under normal circumstances. And it's just a flavor profile that I really don't get here, and a little taste of home that would be, reminiscent. And when I'm in the States, it's one of the few foods that I'm actually like, yeah, a Filet-O-Fish is something that I like specifically miss a little bit. They're not special, but the steamed bun, the fish that they use, the fried pollock or whatever, it's just a little bit unique, and I've had it since I was a little kid. And one of the few things like that I've able to have since I was a little kid. And so it would be nice to be able to get that, but they don't carry that here. Everything's meat only. They have no vegetarian options other than, some dessert things and French fries or whatever. And the French fries here are almost always cold. So even though they're like kind of soggy and always cold and they don't put salt on them, obviously you can add salt. But they're not the fries that you think of back in the US or Canada. They're kind of like them, similar potatoes, same cut, but they're not fried the same amount of time or at the same temperature or something. And in the US, they're heavily salted, maybe too much. Here they are, I think, just unsalted across the board. Like almost everything is. The amount of salt that people use here is very little. So little. It's actually crazy how little salt people use. And but then all they have is meat, and they do have this thing. My wife will get it. It's two tops of a hamburger, two bottoms of a hamburger bun, or something weird. And it's like, why do you have those? And they just put in a piece of cheese and a little bit of beans, and then they like put it on the grill or something. And she likes this like little tiny sandwich thing, but it's basically like a grilled cheesy little. It's silly, like really silly. And so I mean, there's like something, but none of it is good or special or worth it, and none of it is really like satisfying or reminiscent of what we had back home. And I don't need much. Like, I'm not asking for the world here. The Filet-O-Fish sandwich, which is one of the standard menu items at McDonald's for all time, basically, and we can't get it. I'm not saying they need to provide the vegetarian options. Obviously, that's what I would like. Burger King's got those here. Why doesn't McDonald's? Why is Burger King so far ahead? I don't know. But noticeable. And we don't have a Burger King here in Leon. We have a Carl's Jr. that I love when they have vegetarian, but they don't have it here. And we have McDonald's, which I would happily support if they had vegetarian, which they don't have here. So that is my rant on that. Odell says, "Don't worry about it. Might be something to look into later." That's the categories, but we do need it. Expat says, "Feel free to delete my post anytime you want." Lakayo and Lakaye, no more WhatsApp. Tiffany says, "The forum is most definitely old school." Haha, I'm an old soul. Dale says, "It is the dusty season here, or I guess they call it dry season, but yeah, the struggle is real. I understand why knickknacks aren't popular." Oh, yeah. Yeah, because like dusting everything, like little stuff around your house to collect dust, no, not a happy thing. You'd never stop dusting. Tiffany says, "Has the forum been easier to deal with all the bots and trolls because WhatsApp was horrible?" So far, we've had zero because we don't have enough visibility to have them target us. So we're going to see over time, but putting in controls on that should be relatively easy because WhatsApp we have no control over, right? But the sign, so the expat community has no users of its own. It solely uses Nicaragumba's users. That's why when you go to it, it says sign in with Nicaragua. It takes you over to Nicaragua, and that's where you actually sign up. And hold on, I gotta check about the dog. He's been locked in here for forever. So Nicaragua is definitely not going to. Oh, I'm trying to figure out what to do with this dog. All right, hold on. I'm going to take the little dog out of this room just real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. I wanted to make. Hold on. I wanted to make something to put up on the screen. Just wait, little dog. Let's see how long this takes. Hey, I'll be with you in a minute. I will. Yes. But so Nika Roomba is going to be able to deal with the bots, I think, to quite some degree. They've not had to deal with it so far, being Nicaraguan focused and not being on the big platforms like WhatsApp and stuff. Those get so targeted that it's very, very difficult to control. There's just so much attacking on that. But because it's on a private platform that's away from all that stuff, they know if they write bots to go after it, the ability to get blocked is so much higher that it's high hanging fruit with a guard that can shoot you with a slingshot from wherever you are. And so that's a really powerful deterrent to keep people from even attempting it in the first place. So I think we're going to find that it's able to withstand that pretty well. All right, I'm going to put something up while I am stepping away. This is not the best attempt at a placeholder, but it's way better than nothing, which is what I normally do. So I will try to improve on this. Is this perfect? And let's see. Now I gotta. How do I fix this? Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Almost works. You like that? There we go. Perfect. There we go. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, Clyde, you can go to your mom. No. Only Clyde. You guys have to stay here. Stay here. Back up. Back up. No. Back up. All right, I am back. Was that better than just showing my empty seat while I was gone? I think that's an improvement. I got to find where you guys are. I've lost everybody. Shoot. There we go. Yeah, there was actually discussion while I was gone. Nice. And more people. See, that worked. Okay, the empty seat is not the way to go. Old school, Dusty has the... it was a bloodbath in the U.S. stock markets today. Oh, I haven't even looked. I had a great day futures trading and tried to forget what the day was doing to my brokerage accounts. And we have... Ben Lander just made it onto the forum. All right. Has the forum... they saved the salt for the limonada. Oh, don't go deleting WhatsApp, though. It's quite necessary here for communicating with people. It's just not good as a group discussion or exchange of information. Right, yeah, the group stuff it's just terrible. Tiffany says, salt for the limonada. Dale says, like they salt the rim for margaritas to cut the sourness. They do that with limonada here. It actually tastes all right occasionally. I can't stand the limonada because it's limeade. Njord is here. Hey, Scott, I'm sorry I'm late. Welcome, Njord. You are responsible for signing up at the expats.nicaragua.com. That was just on the screen. Everyone is doing that tonight and giving a thumbs up. By the way, your daughter knocked the thumbnail out of the park today. You, as a Roman senator, haranguing the rabble. Nice. Sadly, that was not my daughter. That one is AI because she was too sad to make it. She asked me last night. She's like, oh, you're doing the live stream tomorrow, aren't you? And I'm like, you do not have to do a thumbnail for me. She is completely out of the You can't be on the wires. No! My gosh. Hold on. Dog is chewing my wires. We've lost so much stuff because he chews the wires. That's why he's not supposed to be in here at all. I just don't have the setup to be able to get the wires to where they're not accessible to him. What's really amazing is how much work I do to get these wires to where they don't go anywhere that the dog would ever need to be. And yet, not only does he knock the wires, he gets them knocked so much that they knock the wires that aren't there for the dog to knock and knock out my monitor constantly while I'm working. In the immortal words of Socrates, I drank what? She's a pro at these thumbnails for sure. She is, just not this week. Maybe I'm mistaking on that thumbnail. I thought she did all of the live stream ones. Yeah, she, under normal circumstances, she does. All of the Thursday live streams. Like, she has an art style. She's pretty recognizable. If it's not that, then it's the AI from vidIQ. Same as this. Yeah, Luke said, pretty sure that one is AI. Yeah, now I see the placeholder. It might be. Yep. I did really like the thumbnail for this week, though. I thought it turned out really well. That was perfect with the forum this week. She will be back next week with more thumbnails. She does thumbnails professionally for a bead company back in Texas. They do funny enough, they do live stream events too, and she does the thumbnails for their live streams. For when they're selling beads online. I don't know what their store is called, but it's not what it should be, which is beats me. Oh. This is a thing I didn't realize. You need to dedicate a day to redo your office and dog-proof it and make it more user-friendly. I need to, yeah. I really need to replace the desk. That's the thing. I need to get to Managua. which next week I'm going to be in Managua for 3 days. So I should, in theory, I'm hoping that I'm able to do that and get the new desk. And then I want to move this forward. And then I can some of the stuff's gonna, because I got shelves over here. Some of the stuff's gonna go on the shelves. Then I can get the wires to go somewhere and really do it. This is a makeshift plastic desk that's just thrown in. And really, this room is too small. We tried to buy this house and they didn't want to sell it to us, which I know that's sour grapes, but I'm also thankful that they didn't, because it's not the right house for us. But I was willing to buy it because of the cats. I was willing to buy it because the kids have lived here for so long that it's the one thing that's this long-term spot for them. And Ben Lander, who just joined the forum, just popped in. Hola, Senor Miller, I'm in. Awesome. Glad you were able to get in. I'm excited about all the new people. The uptake is really good. I was not expecting that we would get so many people so fast, and we're getting enough. Just like with the WhatsApp, it took a few days to get to that 30 people, and that was good. Getting to that 30 something number really gave us a lively discussion and people asking questions. And what's important is to get enough people that we have banter that keeps the community worth checking in on, combined with having enough people, because they're checking in, hanging out on the community, so when a new person pops in and asks a question, that there is someone who's able to respond to them pretty quickly. And we're going to have email alerts really, really soon. We've got to get an email service lined up to handle that, but that's not a big deal. Just hasn't been the priority yet. And so that will help a little bit, so that people who post, will be oh, your thing was answered, and then they'll know to come back to it or whatever. So that is definitely coming in the next couple days for sure. But so that's getting to 30 some people, I think really does that. I watch it pretty closely. I keep it open. I can hear when someone post on it. We've got the alerts now that Dale asked for, so you get the little bell that shows. We're going to have it working on mobile pretty soon. We don't have the mobile alerts. Actually, we may have the mobile. No, it doesn't have mobile alerts yet, but it's close to it. It should have it soon. Oh, wait. Oh! I just haven't tested them. It says it has mobile alerts. Now I may have to go check my settings. Notifications. For Expat. There it is. Expats, Nicaragua, alert settings. Oh, it's freaking out. Anyway. No, little dog, you can't leave. So we will now see if I successfully get alerts. Now, I'll only get alerts on threads that I'm following, not just anything. You can follow groups and you can follow individual threads. If you post on a thread, you're following it automatically. Standard form behavior. So you don't have to go think about it if you're doing anything. But it's nice if you see something you're interested in, just hit the follow button, or you can be in a city like Leon and just follow all of Leon and anything that's posted in Leon. So even someone posting a new question will alert for you. So that, oh my gosh, what are you chewing on now? What do you have? Okay, it's just a piece of wood. Okay. I don't know where you found it, but all right. Yes, you are a train wreck. You are a train wreck. Yes. And so tall. So tall. Oh, is that your big sister? You gonna get her? You gonna get her? The little dog, the one that just popped up, really gets along with the kittens well, as far as we can tell. So we don't think that he's gonna be a problem. It's the others. How we deal with that, I don't know. Luke says, I'm using 2 Radio Shack red and black computer desks for the music gear. Let the second their monitor shelves off. Oh. And Dale says, hasn't it just been like 2.5 years in this house? No, we've been here. We moved in late 2022. So 3.5 years. This year will be 4 years later in the year. We were on the beach for all of 2021. We moved to La Barrio in the first days of 2022. But La Barrio really didn't do it for us. Like the space, the church next door was awful. And so he's back on my lap. You're so handsome, though. We love this brindle. Yeah, you're such a handsome boy. You are. And you're just a sweetheart. He slept on the pillow next to me last night. He got right up to completely on the pillow. He's like, I get snuggles. There he is. You can see him biting. Okay, that's enough. Ow, 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 ow. Jeez. Okay. Get down. Okay, you're no. No. Oh my gosh. Am I bleeding? No. We really didn't like the La Barrio house. It was not a good space for us. It flooded all the time. There was nowhere for the dogs, so it was a constant city walking them thing. It was kind of dangerous for the dogs. Not dangerous. Like they could end up in street fights or get diseases very easily. A lot of that stuff. We did like it was if I remember, it was a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, but then we got the place next door, which was a 4-bedroom, 4-bath, with a courtyard. And so we put the two together. And so we had a big space. We had 7 bedrooms or 8 bedrooms. Oh no, it must have been 3 and 4. 7 total bedrooms there was a master bath that honestly I can't even remember, but I know there was one. And then there was a house bathroom. And yeah. And they were both really big, but not very nice. And the courtyard was really cool. We liked the courtyard a lot. It was a colonial house. And so we enjoyed having the big courtyard. And the place next door was cool because it was all part of the same lot. And it had this nice courtyard that I did a lot of filming in. There's so much filming from over there. So many times I'll see episodes and I'm like, oh, that's the part we got partway through the year when we expanded into it. But we only had the expanded space for like 6 months. But it was great having 4 bedrooms, each with an ensuite. They're all small bedrooms. 2 of them had nice windows. 2 of them had like not very nice windows. We had them all air conditioned. So we had, when Kat came and stayed with us, all the episodes during the time that Kat was there, she lived over there. We had an extra room. She went and lived in it. Friends would come over and visit. We had these extra rooms. It was so nice. It was like having a mini hotel next door. And I converted one of them into a dedicated office. So I worked over there nearly the whole time that we lived there. I had an office in the front for a little bit, and we're like, this does not work. And we're like, let's get the place next door. So we did that really quickly. And Paul took one of the rooms. And they were like modernish, even though they were small and in this space. And so he had his own completely private room. I had this office with a nice window, and I filmed a lot from there and a lot right in front. And I liked that a lot. That was really cool. And then there were 2 extra rooms that we used as like guest rooms. So when people would visit us or whatever, that's where they would stay. And if you know the house was loud, you could just escape. It was so cool having this next door private space, right? Even though the spaces weren't very big, you didn't need much, right? When Kat lived in there, she had like a little dresser and a small bed and her own private bathroom. Now, the one thing I didn't like, the bathrooms were so small that they didn't have doors. They just had a curtain. Now, it was not meant for 2 people to share the room. It was meant for one person to have the room, and it's your bathroom, so you don't really care. The shower curtain's just so if someone opens the door, they don't see in the bathroom, or if you've got the shower going, it doesn't, spray out into the room or something. Otherwise, you could just have it open. It's really meant to be, it's not really meant for entertaining guests or anything like that. Very, very small. There's student rooms, but it was neat. Right, and I do miss that. Right, it was just good memories. But like my kids' rooms were really dark. I didn't like them. My own bedroom, I didn't like that much. There was he's back again. Yes, you're so silly. You're so silly. You're getting tired. I know. But it was so loud, and the main house was just so not nice. It was all nasty old. Is the ugly dark wood, which we have here, but here it's like real wood, like really nicely done. Just that terrible dark wood. There it was all like laminate, just cheap and terrible. The kitchen wasn't very nice. The living rooms were super impractical. We were way too much on the street. There's a bunch of things. So by the end of the year, we're like, this is not doing it for us. There's a bunch of things we like, and we appreciate our time there, and we have good memories from the move. Although that's the house where the dog broke my foot, and and because I walked from there, I got to know the middle of the city so well that was really really good. But we were gone by November. And so even though it was so iconic, all my 2022 episodes, filming in that courtyard and filming around those streets and filming at the church. Hey, down. You were too much. It really wasn't that long. So we moved here in 2023. We were looking for several months. We started looking probably around August. No. Hey, I know you're losing your mind. I'm good. So we were looking in kind of mid to late 2022 and saw a bunch of places and then moved here by November. So we've actually been here quite some time, quite a bit over, we're at 3.25 years, I guess, at this point, which is really long for my kids considering how little they lived anywhere. We lived in, going for my youngest, my eldest had her first year in New York, and then 2 years, less than 2 years in Texas before my youngest was born. And then my youngest had 2 years in Texas, and then 1.5 years in New York. And then we moved to Europe. And then we had some time when we came back where we lived for 2 years before we started to move to Nicaragua. So they got a few years in there. And if you add up all the time that she stayed in Texas, that's the place she was the most. But it's piecing it together over a long period of time. We've been here full time for half a decade, and my youngest is only 14. So there was only 9 years for all the places we were before being in Nicaragua, which includes living in Nicaragua previously. So the amount of time that she has here in Nicaragua is a huge portion of her life, and the amount that this house is the place that really has the time that she remembers, because even her whole first time in Texas she doesn't remember at all, and our living in New York is this very very faded memory for her. She barely remembers the house. She barely remembers being there. She remembers, like, it's some of her earliest memories is just being in the basement, I think, making snowmen with her sister. It's this cloudy, distant past for her. And then her earliest, like, solid memories are actually after they barely remember our time in Spain. They have barely any memories. Now, I struggle for them to remember Panama at all, which is sad, because it was a very iconic part of our lives. And then Nicaragua, they have a little bit of memory. And then we lived in Houston real briefly, in Galveston, and they kind of remember that. And it wasn't until Greece that we moved to after that she starts to be like, okay, I can picture this place and that place. And then after Greece, we moved to Romania, and Romania is where they remember. Thank you. That's the leap from Greece is like they can kind of piece together their history, and Romania, they're like, oh yeah, I remember these people, I remember the house, I remember these activities, I remember these things that we did. But even then, she was only 5, right? And she does not, this is sad, she does not remember Kosovo, which is where she celebrated her 5th birthday. It was halfway through our time living in Romania. We went on this trip and visited friends in Kosovo that I went to university with. And they were like diplomats to the EU, and they were like, oh, you have to come to downtown Old Town Pristina. We're going to show you around. We're going to do all this stuff. And they're like, it's her birthday, coming over to our house. And they're like, our kids played with their kids, and she baked a chocolate cake for Luciana. And so Luciana, who does the thumbnails, turned 5 in Pristina, Kosovo, with Kosovonians baking her a birthday cake and her eating it at their house and playing with their kids in the old town. Like, iconic. Like, what a crazy moment that she doesn't really remember, which is so sad. I remember my 5th birthday, but hers was epic. Like, that alone is one of the coolest stories. Like, just Kosovo for your 5th birthday, like, wild. But yeah, so because all of that, she doesn't have these strong memories. And then when we did return, like her real memories of living in Texas are after we had returned from Ukraine and before we fully moved to Nicaragua, and the majority of it was just caught by COVID. So her memories of Texas are basically us preparing to move to Nicaragua and then getting stuck with COVID. And then we moved during COVID, but that's kind of it. So this house is really iconic to her because it's the first that we're not planning on moving. And that we're here indefinitely. We expect to be here at least another year. If they fix the electric thing, well, I'm sure we'll be here more. For just this house. But Nicaragua itself, like, she's had no stint in a place nearly as long as this. Is the little dog teething still, or is he just a destructive little guy? He is still teething for sure. Yeah, he's big, but he's actually a little puppy. Scott, you have you heard from your followers about the YouTuber who tried to smuggle a cat in and out of the country? She had the nerve to complain about Nicaragua and then post her story online. I have not heard of that. She was cat smuggling? Dale says, yeah, I think I watched all or most of those La Barrio videos. I guess since I watched them a year or two after they were posted, it doesn't seem that long ago. Oh, yeah. My first video that I intentionally made, I made 2 videos that were like accidents. One was Fatima, exploring Fatima on foot, which was the morning of a wedding we had to attend. And so it's very much sticks in my mind. I did this really long walk. I discovered all this stuff, had such a good time filming, and then had to race home on foot to get to this wedding in Las Pinitas at what is now Renee's house, which is funny that it's Renee's house now. And then the video in Chinandega and Corinto, those were super popular, but completely accidental. I filmed them, and then they did well. And then I did, and maybe those were after. Actually, now that I think about it, those may have been after this first one. I think the first episode that did in any way well was January 23rd, 2022. I had been doing daily for several months. I'd finally gotten off my butt and been like, I got to actually do this every day. And then I did this episode where it's like, we're moving to Leon, and I bothered to edit it and kind of upped the energy a little bit, and it did really well for the time. And it was like, oh, this is so cool. And so I know exactly when we were moving because of that. Jillian says, hi everyone, sorry to show up late. How you doing, Jillian? Jillian, I don't know if you caught this. We have a new expat community, which I will post the link right now for anyone who hasn't seen it. That is where your Saturday vaccine event for the dogs in Las Piñatas and Ponaloya is posted. But definitely go sign up. It uses the Nicaragua backend. Did he need to go out?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Might be with you soon.
Oh. The girls just took the little dog out because he needed to go outside. They're on very careful watching the cat duty. They're working very hard not to let us lose anymore. Don Timoteo says there's an 81 Chevy Corvette for sale in Shenandoah. Of course, it's Shenandoah. Now, if it was an 81 Chevy Monte Carlo, I might be unable to resist because that was my first car. That's pretty cool. Who would drive a Corvette here? I've seen them, and I'm just like, what idiot has this car? The story of how it got there is probably more interesting than the car. Oh, I guarantee. Tiffany says her YouTube is tropical Russian. It makes no sense, as she had the needed documentation for the cat, but she got riled up about her drone, but her cat went to the Corn Islands. So that part. Oh, weird. What? People. These are the people who get replaced with AI. Yes. So, what else we gonna talk about? We're at we gotta be coming up on 3 hours. I did have some shepherd's pie before we came on the show tonight, so I did get a chance to eat since we were late. I had another emergency development change at the last second. Oh, can you make this change just before you go on your live stream? Not to inconvenience you, but we're doing this big push seconds before, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, why is it Thursdays? Why is it always like this? I mean, every day is busy for me. Like, I get that, but I do feel like people don't I've got time on the weekend. Does anyone plan and schedule stuff with me? No. That's not how it works. Got lots of new people on. I'm going to check my tickets just to make sure none have come in. It's been very quiet. It makes me nervous. Last night was quite busy, which was terrible because our shift last night was a no-call, no-show. He apparently took a whole bunch of medicine. Oh, wow, I've never seen this. It actually says there is no tickets. What? Yeah, only my queue, but my queue has nothing, which is super cool. Let me take a screenshot of that. Be like, hey, guys, got nothing. Just to prove how slow we are. It was nice to see the ins and outs of her getting the cat in legally. It seemed a bit much for paperwork from Costa Rica to Nicaragua, but going back to Costa Rica, oh no, my YouTube just died. I don't think it's the show though. I think it's just my monitor. It was nice to see the ins and outs of her getting the cat in legally. It seemed a bit much for paperwork from Costa Rica to Nicaragua, but going back to Costa Rica was the issue. Oh, so she was just annoyed at Costa Rica, I guess. We brought our dogs in legally, and it was a bit of a pain just because the U.S. makes it very hard to get the necessary paperwork, but we got it and we're able to come in. So that is, I don't know if you guys can hear the sad cat. It's very faint. It was louder a second ago. Got a fair number of people on. Now you guys are too quiet. Chat rate has dropped to 0. This is a problem, people. We need back and forth conversation. That's what makes this work. D. Gilbert is here. Hey, how's it going? Have you signed up on the Expats forum yet? Give a thumbs up on the show and then sign up on the forum for anyone who hasn't. Let's get it done. Let's make sure we got as many people on as possible. Make sure we know how it works. And then as it upgrades, people will be like, oh, it keeps getting better. I don't know if I had asked this before, but based on what she stated, she said she goes to Costa Rica. She goes to Costa Rica. I'm trying to read that like it's a word. She said she goes to Costa Rica so the cat could be in cabin and not in cargo. Everyone I know is flying cabin here, so she may, like, there's nothing wrong with going to Costa Rica first. I don't want to be like poo-pooing that. For some people that makes sense, absolutely. But both countries, you may end up in cargo, you may end up in cabin, depending on what airline you fly with and what animal you're bringing and what the situation is. But there are certainly ways to get your animals here in cabin. I flew here in cabin with my dogs. I was not going to bring them in cargo, but I know a lot of people do come here with them in cargo, which I recommend so strongly against. I don't want anything bad happening to anybody's animals. Cargo is just very dangerous and very scary, and like there's just, for a lot of reasons, you don't want to do that. So I'm sure that there's just more flights to Costa Rica than there are to here, so there's going to be more cabin options. Avianca, I know, does cabin here. I got back from La Colonia. You almost read that in Spanish. I did almost read that in Spanish. Chicos a Costa Rica. Entonces, el gato puede estar en... Oh, ¿cómo se dice cabin? I don't know. In Gabon? I don't know. Someone who speaks Spanish. What is cabin in Spanish? Y no está en cargo. What is cabin? Not a word I use very often. Cabina. There we go. I can't think of a lot to talk about tonight. Jillian says, "Oh, thanks, buddy. I'll check it out. I missed Kit again." Oh, he left the room. He's with the girls now. I gotta see if the girls plan on hanging out tonight. I don't think they want to. But it's hard to say. I'm trying to be very mindful of this is one of the most emotional things that they've ever had to deal with, which I realize they're incredibly sheltered. And we've managed to keep a lot of horrible things from them. So this is good in some ways that it gives them a chance to experience some things and figure out how to process stuff before it's far more dramatic, right? Imagine when one of our dogs that we've had for their whole lives goes, or a family member goes, like it's going to be really big. So, although quite often with family members, you have more time, more time to kind of pre-process. It's less of a shock. But I'm getting buzzed, but by what? What messages are coming in? Let's go check the forum. Nope, no new messages there. How many people do we have? 33. Just 2 more, but they're straggling in. Ben is still the last one to have joined. But 33, pretty good for our first day. We're not up to 24 hours yet. We're not up to 20 hours yet. We're at 17 hours at this point since we took it live. No, that seems wrong. 18 hours? Telling Marcella she really needs to watch something other than Saturday Night Fever because she has access to like 4,000 movies and tons of series, and instead of watching some amazing movie or whatever, she's really into just watching Saturday Night Fever on endless repeat. And it's like, one, that is a weird movie to be so into, but also like there's so much more variety in life to be had than just watching Saturday Night Fever. But she loves Saturday Night Fever. It's her favorite movie ever. Oh, nope, not a message there. What happened? I must have missed it. In regards to... Hello.
We lost Clyde outside. Can you have him call for him because he doesn't listen to me?
Oh, the dog just ran away, so he's not gone. I just need to go help get him. I will be right back. I didn't have time to prep, so I will throw up the same thing we had earlier. Hold on. All right, guys, be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Sign up at the forum. Give a thumbs up. Go use the bathroom. Grab another beer. Get a slice of pizza. Be right back. I am back. Little dog was located. He was just busily peeing on things in the darkness. They didn't know where he was. Oh. Hello. All right, let's get back to things. You. Oh, there we go. Luke says, guess Marcella graduated past Grease, the #1 movie in Nicaragua. It's I've never seen her watch it, but she's definitely seen it. I love Grease. I used to watch it so much. Tiffany, Grease is the #1 movie? Interesting. Janet says, hey everyone, I'm cutting up celery, so not talkative. Luke says, yeah, 50-year-old musical about the 50s. It is funny, but she's addicted to Saturday Night Fever. Think about that. It's an almost 50-year-old movie. It's like 49-year-old movie about the 70s, right? But I can't figure out what exactly the draw is. I mean, I certainly like it as a movie. John Travolta's fantastic in it. The dancing is some of the best in any movie. Music is good. It's where Fran Drescher is from. It's got some iconic directing and music. Like, there's a lot going for Saturday Night Fever. And of course, as a cinemaphile, it's a classic movie, but it's also Saturday Night Fever, right? Like, yeah. Jillian says, I brought my 2 Podencos from Spain and they breeze right through. Tiffany says, my favorite movie when I moved to the States was Free Willy. Luke says, you're the only one that I want to you. That's you. See, you. I don't know what song that is. A Bonesco is a type of dog, Google states. Is that correct? Yes, she has 2 Spanish dogs, and they are adorable. She brought 2 from Spain. I brought 2 from Texas. D. Gilbert said, what happened? I must have missed it. I assume you're talking about why my kids are sad and I might need to spend time with them. The dog that I just went out to check on killed our cat last night. And so it's the first time that my kids have ever lost a pet, and it was a very dramatic situation, and they were with her the whole time. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And so they're really struggling today. And stuff. I mean, they're doing much better now, right? My eldest basically cried from last night until just a little bit ago. She had to move a chair out and sit in the garage with all the other cats just to be with them all day. And they're on constant... constant cat duty, which right now, for the first time in as long as we can remember, both of the parents of the cats have come out and are back there. Normally the mother shows up briefly in the morning and isn't super social. She's pregnant, so that's partially why. But the dad has been really, really good for months. He just watches over them all the time. But they're never there together. The mom's there a little bit in the morning, and the dad's there from like afternoon through the night. But tonight they're all together there as a family, which is just so sad. Dale says, does she rewatch the Travolta dance bit on repeat? Yeah, she really does. It's very funny how into it she is. Like, it's true, his dance stuff. Like, I mean, he was a phenomenal dancer. You do have to give Travolta some credit. I do want to point out, though, that his 2 most famous roles, as far as I'm aware, the most famous ones, Saturday Night Fever is definitely in that competition, but I think Grease for sure. And then he's also now so well known for Hairspray. It occurs to me that he's most famous for 2 wholly different musicals about hair care products. That's wild. It's mostly just really funny that those are the things he's known for, right? Like, and they're both so good. I'm not a huge Hairspray fan. I mean, I like it. There's a lot of good people in it, and John Travolta is fantastic in it. If you've not watched Hairspray with John Travolta, it's worth it. Definitely worth it. Dale's, yeah, he was a good dancer, much more than the Barbarino. Yeah, he was definitely iconic for the times. And it's funny that his stuff is so long ago, but he's so active now. He just did a Grease show in Los Angeles just recently. That he showed up. They were doing like a live performance, and he just randomly showed up and helped perform. And it's like, okay, that's pretty cool. Don't forget his love of cheeseburgers and his dancing in Tarantino's movie. That's true. I mostly ignore that movie. I am not a big fan. It's got so much so many memes, so many cultural references come from that movie, from Pulp Fiction. But but I never really, and I'm a cinemaphile, right? I just, that movie doesn't generally do it for me. I don't like the characters. I don't find them well written. I like Tarantino. I like most of the people in the movie, but it just, somehow that movie does not come together to me to be a great movie. I'm never really sure what the big draw of it is. It's a lot of cool vignettes, I'll give it that. And it's well directed, certainly. Right? No questions, but, and all the acting's good. It's just, it's, I don't know, it's the movie as a whole. Can I upload a picture here? No, you cannot, Jillian. Pictures, phone numbers, email addresses, they're so banned that I don't, even as the host, I have no way to allow them. If you send me a picture, I can. Oh, I just realized I've got blood on my leg. Something scratched me. If you send it to me in WhatsApp, I can post it for you, or I can show it on the screen. My kids do want to hang out tonight. So, not sure what we're going to be doing, but something. Which is good. They've been very much, we just want to be alone all day, which I totally get. This is the most, and I realize it's minor compared to so many situations, but this is the most grief processing that they've ever had to do, and kind of in shock. So it's been a day. We haven't played Dungeons and Dragons in a little bit, but we're in the middle of an adventure. I don't know if I said, we started playing, for those who are interested. We're doing D&D 5th edition, 2024 rules, Dragons of Ice Spire Peak, and we're giving it a try to see if we want to go through the entire campaign setting. Oh, Jillian has a good picture of my kit of ramen. Oh, Tiffany says, poor baby. They may need to spay her if she's a stray. Maybe a little after she drops the new kittens. She's not really a stray. She's our cat. She's just our outdoor cat. And by outdoor, I mean she's right there. Like, and this is so sad. Like, if the kitten hadn't died, she would be on the windowsill right now while we're doing the show. You guys would hear her, because that's what she would do. She would bang on the window while I was doing the show. And the baby, but the mother's not really a stray. She does need to be spayed. Obviously, every cat needs to be spayed. Nothing stray or not. She did not manage to go in because of the emergency stuff going on the beach. She was all set to be spayed a few weeks ago, but it wasn't possible, and we weren't able to catch her at the time, probably because she was trying to get pregnant. But the kittens will have a place to go. Everyone is always looking for our kittens because we take care of them. And both she and the dad are healthy and really sweet, and rather small, so they don't have huge cats, although they're kittens now because they get fed so much from us, are rather healthy kittens. But we've had to save them a number of times. We had to save them from drowning one time. One got lost and got trapped somewhere, and we had to save her. It's been an adventure. So we have two left that we're keeping, they're so sweet, and now that this one isn't with us anymore, the other two, I know my kids are not going to be able to handle giving them up, but they're also going to be a constant reminder. Like, it's going to be rough, no matter what. They were the cats. I said it a number of times. Luke, have a good night. We called them because the mother's name is Fritter, and so the babies we called the Buñuelos, And so it was her and her three buñuelos. And so we always referred to them as a team, and they would sleep in a pile together, and they were just always playing together. And it just so sweet and such a little team. And for there to be one missing, it's always going to feel like one is missing, for sure. Even though they're so young, the other two kittens, I'm sure will grow up and be fine. But it's always going to be a noticeable thing that the third sibling is missing. The third buñuelo is missing. I know my kids are like me. Like, it's going to be rough. I take losing pets very hard. Always have. Jillian says a Podenco is a Spanish hunting dog frequently abandoned and mistreated. But they're very sweet. You guys are pretty quiet. Jillian, did you send me anything to post? Not yet. Okay. Oh, were you sending a picture of the dogs? Or of my baby? My baby. Well, I will go check on the expat group while you guys are quiet. Bocomo 6985, greetings from Missouri. Went to Jim the Wonder Dog Museum, but it was closed for the season. Aw, Jim the Wonder Dog Museum sounds awesome. Nope, no one new has signed up since the last time we checked. We do I can just throw it up there. Everybody remember, sign up at expats.nicarumba.com or in Spanish, expats.nicarumba.com. Expats. Dude, says they must be well loved coming all the way from Spain. I love that for them. Yeah, they're so sweet, and they have so many dogs to play with. Her dogs have gotten lost on the beach and have had so many adventures being sought on the beach, like search parties looking for her dogs. Don Timoteo says, most cats I see in Nicaragua are up on rooftops. Rare to see a cat in the street. That's true. Not too many cats in the streets. Ours are... Sometimes she'll be on the rooftop of our garage. They live in the garage mostly. And sometimes they use the French drain. That's how we almost lost the cats during a flood, because they got caught in there, and we had to rip the drain out to get them out, especially the one that didn't make it yesterday. But they've got places to go. They've got trees to go up to and stuff, and roofs, and our backyard. They have a lot. It's just getting surprised by the dog is the problem. The cats are the lookouts. They are. It's really true. I'm surprised they aren't on the windowsill tonight. Almost always when I do the live stream, they hang out on the windowsill. They hang out on it a lot in general, but when I do the live stream, they really like it. I feel like it's very quiet this week. Very little going on. I need to get my wife to do the show. I haven't gotten my wife or Marcella to do the show in forever. And they're here. My wife's right across the hall right now. Does she come over and do the show? No. Marcella has been sick for a while, so she kind of gets a pass there, but... Guys, you're way too quiet. Way too quiet. Expat says, I thought the live stream was over. You mean because everybody stopped talking? Tiffany says, the ladies just want to have fun. They have no time for your shenanigans. Are there many tourists in Leon now? No. I saw a few yesterday. Like, there was like a little tour group going around. I saw them at Unan and then later at... Where the heck did I see them? Funny places you're like, is this what people come to see? This is weird. I got the splash screen, so I thought it was finished. Oh, weird. Tony says, when you rent a place, a new expat, what is the range of cost to fit it out for habitation? What is the I feel like the cheapest we've ever seen is about $1,400. I mean, obviously you could like sleep on the floor on a mattress and have like a pot and a candle, right? But assuming you want a nice chair and a couch and a fridge and an oven and that kind of stuff, right. So we priced this out a couple of years ago, but the appliances really haven't moved in price. It was somewhere between like 1,100 was your absolute minimum, 1,400 was decently comfortable, and most of us would like to spend 2,000 to 3,000 reasonably for like one person who's going to live in an apartment. When I had an apartment up the street, 2-bedroom, right? So that was more, right? I paid for a king bed and a queen bed. I paid for 2 dressers, TV, kitted out kitchen, washing machine. I feel like that was less than 2,000 with pots and pans, and but not doing a ton of stuff. I don't have like dinner settings for hosting parties or anything like that. We didn't buy the couch, but we had one that we just, we already had one. Oh, sorry, I'm missing suddenly a bunch of conversation. Sorry, just answering. As soon as I complained about you guys not talking enough, then people start. Oh, XS says, I hopefully will be down there fairly soon. I just realized my passport has been expired for too long for a renewal. I have to apply for a new one. That sucks. Janet says, I see backpackers going to Poco a Poco regularly. I bet if you give your wife and Marcella a camera, there will be tons of entertainment. Haha. I don't know. My wife hates filming almost as much as she hates being on camera. So back to Tony's question. A lot of it's going to come down to a TV could be $150 or $800, right? That really nice couch could be $300 or $1,000. All right, so there's some things that are going to vary a lot. The size that you get will matter a lot. Do you want to include air conditioning in the cost? Right, that's typically typically done, but not always, right? So and the level that you want, but most people that I talk to are doing it well under 2,000 because they're not going crazy. Hey Diego, how's it going? I don't think we're going to be on for super long. Everyone's kind of quiet. We don't have a ton of people, and I am going to hang out with my daughters tonight. We had a tragedy last night after I spoke to you, or was it? I think it was after I spoke to you yesterday, Diego. So my kids are very sad, and I want to spend time with them because it's been a rough day. But the size of your refrigerator is a big factor. Your TV, your air conditioning units, what kind of furniture you want. But typically for expats here, coming to Nicaragua, wanting to live the Nicaragua life, getting a Nicaraguan apartment, even a fancy one like Dale has. Hey Dale, he doesn't have the fanciest ones, but he has a pretty fancy one, right? And Dale's probably a good reference. Yeah, I know. 28. It kind of shot up a little bit. It was getting down there. So Dale might have a number on what he spent or thinks he's going to spend by the time he's done. But typically, you're going to go to like PriceSmart. You're going to go to La Curacao. Well, not anymore. It burned. But go to the other La Curacao. Go to Mendoza here in Leon. And you can get a lot of that stuff. A bed is like, I don't know, $100. I just saw fridges, I want to say for like $300 to $400. Someone I know got their range top for $30, right? but you may want a really nice oven, right? That's going to add several $100s to it. You may want a really nice couch, but pretty typically, like one couch or a couch and a chair, like, is mostly all you need. For outdoor seating, people typically do like a plastic table, plastic chairs, and that stuff costs very, very little. Maybe the whole set's $50 or something. So it's, obviously it's a huge range, but I'd say that's pretty typical. Even here with our big house, yes, if you include every bedroom that we put beds in, that adds up. But none of the beds are expensive. We got cheap beds everywhere. So figure out what the bed cost is. We didn't put 9 of them in. We put 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we only put in 5. We used couches we already had, so we have we have rooms that are completely unfurnished, which is ridiculous. But we have one living room that's completely unfurnished, one living room that is essentially unfurnished. We have 2 bedrooms that are completely empty. Dale says, yeah, it's a nice place, but still only $200 a month. I'll pull out the receipt from Gallo Mas Gallo for my initial furnishings. Thanks, Dale. That's awesome. It's been a long time since we had to completely furnish a place, because we started off, really when we were in La Barrio is the first that we would consider it. But even then, we already had the TV. We kind of pieced it together over time. But a lot comes down to your personal preferences, for sure. For us, we have 2 big fridges and a giant deep freezer. So that stuff adds up, right? Because we have a lot of them. And we've got the air fryer. We've got the toaster oven. We've got the microwave. Obviously, that's cheap. We've got the ice cream maker and the blender and the ice maker and the coffee maker and the espresso machine and then we have an outdoor kitchen, so we've got the smoker and the grill and the pizza oven, like that stuff. We have a lot of stuff, right? But we've done it over time. Exercise says, I don't plan to overstay, but I'd like to stay for some time down there. What's overstay? Diego says, I'm hourly, so it's fine, but I'm just tired. Oh, I missed his first part. Good man. I'm working tons. Layoffs just happened where I work, so it's been rough. I'm hourly though. Oh, I see. So you're picking up work and making more money. Tony says, thanks all. Expat says, I plan to stay for whatever they give me at the airport. Oh, I mean, you can always do your border runs and say, don't you have to always butt a ticket back? No, there's nothing like that in Nicaragua. You're thinking of Costa Rica. Expat says, sorry about the layoffs. I hope you're okay. Expat says, I'm doing an exploratory trip, so 90 days is more than enough. I don't know. It's, once you get here, you're going to be like, 90 days? I don't want to just stay for 90 days. So queen-size bed, apartment-sized fridge, 40-inch TV, 2-burner stovetop, and a good-sized speaker, 36,000 Cordoba, just under $1,000. What I don't see in there... Dale, do you have like a chair or a couch, anything like that? Tiffany says, I'm sorry, I misread that. I thought you were saying your rent is $200. He is. His rent is $200. Exposé says, I need to know that I can set everything up for a longer stay. Don Timoteo says, some airlines tell you can't fly to Nicaragua without a return ticket. I've heard that a few times. I think it's Avianca. Several airlines do that, but they're all lying. It's just, the thing is, you can't fly here, but it's nothing to do with Nicaragua. It's that airlines won't fly you here without you paying more. It's just extortion. What city do they have $200 rent? I haven't seen any posted or listed. Every city. So rent, the lowest rent I've seen here in Leon is student housing at like $70. Lots of people get rents at $70, $80. Managua has full houses at $84 near where Diego lives. Not where Diego lives. His are more expensive. There's nowhere in the country that you can't get a place for $200. My really nice apartment here in Sutiava was $180 for a big 2-bedroom that I talk about all the time with like the backyard and all the stuff. Yeah, he has a luxury apartment. I mean, not crazy, right? Certainly you can spend more. The apartment next to his is nicer, but it's not that much more expensive. 200 is actually for a traditional apartment, there aren't a lot of apartments. Is on the high side, actually. In Sutiava, a 1-bedroom right in the middle of Sutiava is $120. And you can get entire houses for under $200 in like Casa Leon. You won't see them listed because nothing's listed here. Manuel says, hey, Scott, on a different subject, notice that the internet is now full of horror predictions for the 2027 tax season for us over 60 and dual citizenship holders. Care to comment? Are you talking about in the U.S.? 130 sounds great, Diego. So, Expozaz, keep in mind, rent is always 6 to 12 months here. Anything less than 6 months, none of the things we say apply. You're not renting, you're Airbnb or in a hotel. To get the good prices, they're never furnished, and they're always 6 months or more, generally 12 months. Dale says, then 2 good fans and a couple of decent mesh chairs from Mendoza for $6,500, which is about $180, and handcrafted wood TV stand from Parque San Juan for $3,000, and a plastic table with 4 chairs from Facebook Marketplace for $2,000 cord. Diego says, Expo says, yes, and it's a really nice house. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, closed patio, and shared living room and kitchen. Did I miss where he said that there's one for 130? Hourly, thanks, plan. Tiffany said 200. Wow, lucky guy, Dale. Tiffany, I think you're being fed completely wrong prices because 200 is a good deal, but it's not crazy. Like Marcella's house, she has a 3-bedroom house in a highly desirable neighborhood. With my kids walk in and are like, wow, this is a nice house. Her master is quite large. She's very safe. Her next door neighbors are all doctors and vets and lawyers and professors. It's in a university neighborhood. Her living room is small. Her dining room is tiny. She has a round table, 4 chairs, a little galley kitchen. She has a nice backyard, big enough to put in like tables and chairs and a bar in the corner. She hasn't done that yet. We're talking about it. She has like a nice, entertaining backyard, like big. She's got a breezeway along the side of the house. She has an outdoor garage, so it's inside the fenced walls. So you pull a car in and then lock it up. And then she has a front patio big enough that she has her couch and love seat and chairs out there. Like that's her living room setup is in the front. And she uses it constantly because it's beautiful. It's all open air, but inside the metal mesh. That's 200. So it's, yeah, and right in the city. Right, not downtown in the tourist district, but those get expensive. But yeah, 200 gets you the majority of homes in the country are 200. Oh, here's where Diego says, Tiffany, I know of places where rent is 130 a month in Doral, which is a highly desirable place with expats in there. Multiple of our viewers live in, of our expat viewers. Diego's not an expat; he lives in Doral, but I have expat viewers that live in Doral. Dale says, I ordered a nice computer chair from Amazon, got it shipped here for 120. They may have to do a border run to stay longer. Yep, if you can either do extensions to get up to the 180 or do a border run and get another 90. John Blair says, hey, Scott, good evening. Do you have any insight into Hinotepe? I know the best places to eat. I just figured with its proximity to Managua, it would be a big expat draw. It is not a big expat draw. Some expats go there and certainly love it, right? I love Hinotepe. It's fantastic. I rave about it all the time. But it's a college town. It's the food center of the country, but it's a little ways outside Managua. It really is going to draw the expats who want to drive. You're not going to be doing a ton of public transportation. You can make it work, but it's just not a big epicenter. Even of the Carazo region, it's not the preferred city for expats. It's the preferred city for me, but for expats, they tend to prefer San Marcos for whatever reason. Here in the country, people tend to use Diriamba more often, but Hinotepe is the major spot on the road. It's the capital of the region. It's got the biggest universities, and it's the food center. It's a little bit more expensive. But that whole region is absolutely freaking fantastic. I love Carazo, but you do have to be willing to drive a bit for everything. Like, there's no clear center. It's like giant villages mashed together in a kind of rural area. Expossess says, thanks. Tiffany says, I would have loved to try 90 days rental instead of 6 months. A lot of people would. That's one of the huge negatives in Nicaragua, is that we just don't have that 2 to 6 month window of places in a reasonable way at all. Diego says, a big furnished house in Doral, it was renting for 400, but it was a year contract. Because I'm sure negotiating you could get it down to 350, especially if you like pay ahead. Dale says, and yeah, it's on the high side, but it's on the edge of town, has a completely enclosed patio, second floor, so I catch really good breezes. And he can walk to a Super Express or an AM/PM, one of those. He's got a great panaderia right around the corner. He's got 2 helaterias right there. He's got another mini mart thing that's just as close, not far from the hospital. Nice, safe area, decently quiet. Got a little fratanga around the corner, but I don't know how good that is. Expossess says, I almost made a big mistake over 15 years. I could not renew my passport anymore. Oh, but you can get a new one. Diego says Cafe Alicia in Hinotepe. That place is good, but it's definitely not my pick for the best place in town. I do like it a lot, and they do bonbons that no one else does. Let me tell you, if you want to give yourself a sugar heart attack at the bonbon at Cafe Alicia, my gosh. Janet says, mine near La Colonia in Saragossa, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 2 patios, and a huge living room and nice kitchen area is $400 a month, 3 blocks from Central Park, basically. Expossess says, I wouldn't mind getting a master's degree there if possible. Do Do you have a specific spot you're thinking of? Diego says, why San Marcos? Because more English speakers? I honestly don't know why San Marcos. I've never figured this out because the traffic alone in San Marcos drives me crazy. It's a beautiful town, but I don't like it as much as Hinotepe or Diriamba. It's closer to Managua, I guess. I think people just see it on the map and like the name more because the other two are unpronounceable to English speakers. Hinotepe is clearly an indigenous name, and Diriamba has that Spanish R that drives people crazy because it looks like Diriamba, but it's Diriamba in Spanish, and English speakers just can't say it, which drives them crazy. Plus, it's the folklore, the ballet folklorico home there in Diriamba. It's just, I don't know. San Marcos feels more touristy in some odd way. I cannot figure it out. But yeah. Tiffany says, I was looking for short-term rentals no more than an hour from Managua. They definitely seem like they charge more for them, but I also want to be close to hospitals and airport. So if you're in places, if you're looking online, prices are going to be elevated because they know you're online. If you are looking from remote, things that come up in searches are going to be elevated. If you are looking for anything under 6 months, prices are going to be double, quadruple what they are if you go to the 6 months. You can often stay cheaper by taking a 6-month rental and leaving early and just pay it off, right? Like it's really significant, but you have to bring your own furniture. That's the secret. As long as you are using someone else's furniture, with the rarest of exception, you will pay through the nose because it is the furniture. The concept of renting furniture and appliances in Nicaragua cost a fortune, but buying them does not, and getting a rental without them does not. It's the combination of renting appliances and furniture. That's what causes the price normally to go through the roof. And to give you an idea, my $180 apartment, which I love, I don't have it anymore, but I had it for years, really liked it. But for my business partner to allow someone to rent it for a month, wasn't willing to let it go for less than $500, and was always angry that it was worthless because we didn't make any money. $500 is the cost to give someone the same apartment that I was renting for $180 with the appliances in it. $220 a month. No, $320 a month was our calculation. Now, when we were doing that, it also included like the internet. Those are small costs. It was so expensive to have the appliances that it just makes it not make sense. And so it's one of those things where the market just doesn't make sense, and you have to come up with a way to make it make sense, or just spend a lot more money to make it. There are hospitals all over the city. If you were looking near the hospitals that expats tend to look at, though, you're in the Beverly Hills of the country. So there are isolated spots that are expensive. The Messiah Road next to Vivian Pellis is the most expensive in the entire country. Dale says, every time I go downtown, I'm very aware of the higher temps. It's one reason I really like my place. I've had to wear a jacket at night, early morning some days. Us here, too. Expat says, yes, I have to apply for a new one. Correct. Diego says, what's the best place in Hinotepe? It's the place I can't pronounce, but it's the Malaysian restaurant. It's a Malaysian buffet. It's one of the best restaurants I've ever been to in my life. It's amazing, and it's world famous, but its name is so bad that I have no idea how to say it. But from Cafe Alicia, if you come out the door, it's just slightly to the right, halfway down the block and on the left. You can see the front door of the Malaysian buffet from Cafe Alicia's door. What do I think about Messiah? I like Messiah. I think it's a good location. It doesn't have so it's really close to Managua, which is good. It's not super popular with expats, so it doesn't get the upgraded cost like Granada, and you aren't always a tourist like you are in Granada, but it does have a lot of expats, so if you're looking for other expats, they're there. Especially the outskirts of Messiah, I think get really nice. Downtown is kind of like it's okay, but I'm never like super excited about downtown Messiah. It just doesn't do it for me, but it's the cultural heart of the country. It's got a lot going for it. Diego says, yes, Hinotepe is way better than San Marcos. I would guess because the English speaking. I don't know if it would affect. Expat says, I've been studying Spanish for several decades now. I need total immersion. Diego says, do you think it would be economically sound if I buy a house and use it for short-term rentals? So you could get lucky. And so possibly the problem is that everyone looking for short-term rentals wants short-term rentals at long-term costs, and it doesn't work, right? So like I said, we had a place that we did for short-term rentals. It was a beautiful apartment, and nobody wanted to pay for it. And when you did get someone to pay for it, my business partner was upset that we didn't make any money because you'd have to charge so much. So there's a reason it doesn't exist. It's the way a short-term rental has to be done. It takes so much work to get people in and to handle it all and to deal with it, and the risks are so high that people I know that have done it have just lost all their money. And so you can certainly have it work out, but there's a reason that people don't do short-term rentals. It doesn't tend to work. Expat says it's like languages are designed to be barriers. 100,000 words to learn, but only 2% are commonly used. Yep. All right, guys. I'm actually going to call it a night. We are over 4 hours, so I don't feel too bad that it's super short. And we're down to 24 people. We don't have quite as many as we did before. And I really appreciate that we stepped up and got a good conversation going and a lot being said. But my daughters are ready to hang out, and I am going to go spend some time with them. We've had very little time this week to hang out in general. And since they want to hang out, given how today has been, that is important. So I'm going to go do that and hopefully have a fun evening with them. I think they want to watch a TV show, but they might want to play Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not sure. I really appreciate everyone. Everyone remember to do that thumbs up if you didn't before you leave, and join the expat community if you haven't as well. I really am thankful to everyone who did go and join that already. It's giving us a good start to it, and definitely provide your feedback and all that about it, because we want it to be as useful as possible for everyone, and we are trying to make it very searchable. So we're going to try to put like articles and links to the videos and stuff on there, so that the search engines are able to pick it up and everything. So thanks so much, everybody. Have a good night, and I will see all of you tomorrow.